retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Through the light.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Time will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
It is raining a lot here, man. It is raining a lot, dude. Oh my goodness, I shut the noise gate off just so you could hear it. It is crazy. Like, I'm just kind of cool with sitting here for a second. Read you loud and clear. Thank you, sir. Like, I'm cool with just kind of just sitting here in my control center, just chilling. Just did a lot of driving, dude. Yeah, it's looking a little moist. Yeah. Rain on metal roof to relax and study to. It sounds rainy. It is. There's a lot of rain. Hooded, when will you try the early start DLC? It's been released today. Well, that didn't take very long. Yeah, the Pope vent's gone. Huh. Also balls. I was driving that mess yesterday. Yeah. Hooded, I was thinking play it after Space News. There isn't much. There's not much. This is gonna be quick Space News. Did you die? No, it took me 4 hours though. So, there's 3 big roads to get into Boston. There's a highway that comes from the south. There's a highway that goes east-west, and then there's a highway that goes north. Right? So we're going up the highway on the south. So south. So the north-south road is 93, and then there's 90. Okay. Right. So we're on the south side of Boston, on 93, coming in traffic. And I saw a 4-car accident happen on 93 South today. 4 cars. Oh, yeah. Basically saw it happen. Yeah. All of a sudden I noticed that there was a lot of traffic on the other side of the road, and then there was nothing. And I'm like, there's an accident. It wasn't in front of me. It was on the other side of the road. So, yeah, that road closed. So I went in on the southbound road, and then I had to go out. I had to go west and then hit the outer beltway, which is 128, and then took that back home. 2 hours in, 2 hours out. It took 4 hours. It took 4 hours. It took 4 hours to go 60 miles. I live about 30 miles outside of Boston in change. I don't say the exact distance. It's a little more than that, but I'm really happy I don't commute anywhere at all because, yeah, nope. Well, at least you like driving in cars. I think I could have walked and gotten there faster. But yeah, so anyway, everything's good. Did your in-laws have a good flight? They did. They did. Yeah. Everything's good. Everybody's here. Everything's fine. They bought us Chinese food for our troubles. So I had Chinese food. It was good. It was tasty. So I got a full stomach. We're good. Everything's fine. Did you take the Fusion? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have another vehicle that can fit 4 people in it. Except the only other vehicle that could fit 4 people comfortably is this one. Yeah, I don't think we can take that vehicle right now. Yeah, I don't think that's on the menu. Bluefist doesn't work right now, dude. Something is wrong with the motor. Once it works fine when you first start it, but after it warms up, it just doesn't. It stalls when you put it in drive. I don't know what happened. I can't diagnose it because there's can't bring it into the shop. Okay, anyway. It's not vapor lock. I think it's just something with the EGR or the vacuum or whatever. It sounds like a vacuum leak. That's my guess. I think the EGR valve's toast. That's correct, Nova. Yep. You could cram the in-laws with Titan in the back of the Mustang. Come on. Nope. No. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not driving the car with a 5-speed into the city. Are you nuts? No, I'm good, thanks. I see lots of people sitting in truck beds. What's the problem? Okay. All right. Just remember ponchos, dude. It is monsooning out right now. It is EGR delete, EPA be damned. I think that's what Ernock wants to do. I would say that if we register the truck in Massachusetts, then we are working within all confines of the law. So, boss, in Roadcraft, I went back to that Harbor Desert map and polished off the little jobs. That unlocked another map. Started that, and you'll want to play with the toys I've got now. Check the Roadcraft channel in Modcord. All right, send me your links. I didn't tell Creeper to sort out some links
Discovery,
today.
go at throttle up.
Oh, that semi truck is cool. The dump truck is cool. The bigger dump truck is cool. Neat. I heard about the tested video, NX. I have not gotten to watch it. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. The crane truck is awesome. Oh, I bet. What is this, Aquila? Oh, what do we have here? Did you see that Starbase has an official account? No, but that's kind of cool. You get a tree on your roof? It certainly sounded like a branch. There's this for the post-lunch roadcraft news. You should see the stuff they're cooking. Yeah. All right. The panic is growing for you. Why, Trey? So yeah, check this out. Starbase has their own Starbase has their own account. I guess we'll follow. I guess. Huh. Go for flight line 9. Let's see how far 35 can go. All the road closures. I got a trip to Starbase on the 27th through the 29th, and I hope they don't delay. I don't know, man. We'll see. All right, let's see. Let's check out this Venus Aerospace video. What is this about? Headphone users. I'm turning the volume all the way up. This might get loud. Sorry. I'm not. Yo. All right. All right. Dude, that was quick. That was a really quick ignition. Yeah, that wasn't very much thrust to weight, but that thing got going, man. That was pretty good. Yeah, the detonating engine sounds completely different. Listen to that. That is such a strange noise. So that's a rotating detonation engine. Basically, instead of like just shooting hot, like combusted hot gas, like deflagrated combustion byproducts out the bottom at high velocity, this thing is detonating. It has basically an annular thrust chamber, right? And its detonation waves are riding around in that thrust chamber. And it basically makes a swirl of gas coming out the back at detonation speeds, which, guys, I don't know if you know, like if you don't know too much about rockets, the name of the game is how fast the gas is coming out the back. If the simplest way to explain it is if you can shoot gas out faster, you probably can make more delta V that way. If you could shoot the gas out quicker. So detonation. A chemical detonation versus a chemical deflagration that basically does that. Your exhaust gases are going past the speed of sound, which is like going past the speed of sound all the time. In a De Laval nozzle, they don't they go subsonic, and then they go supersonic, and then they go fast out the back. So detonation just skips that step and just it shoots stuff out at very high speed out the back. Very efficient that way. Very efficient. Like that's a huge increase in efficiency and a potentially huge increase in thrust. This is what they're thinking. A de Laval nozzle, just in case, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify. A de Laval nozzle is a convergent divergent rocket engine. So like basically the rocket engines that look like an hourglass. Combustion instability is a big issue, though. It makes the engine very complicated. Yeah, that's what makes that so impressive, because they sustained an RDE for at least 15 seconds in flight, which is pretty cool. So rotating detonation engines, like I said, they swirl detonation waves around an annular thrust chamber, meaning there's the thrust chamber, like there's an outer wall and then there's an inner wall, and they swirl around in the channel there. There's usually 3 or 4 detonation waves swirling around in it. And if one of these waves is going slightly faster than the other, one detonation wave can basically blow the other one out like a candle. Like, you blew out a candle. And once that happens, the engine shuts off. So getting those pressure waves to... kind of play nice with each other is really, it's a really new and challenging thing. Thrust theory. Ugh. Yeah, I know, there's nerd stuff happening in here. Maybe, Trey. Turn that down. Okay. They get a bit loud. Okay. It's a pretty lofty goal there. It's a pretty lofty goal there, dude. The best part of IMO is Venus's press release. The RDRE that flew is designed to work in tandem with Venus's VDR2 air-breathing detonation ramjet. A combination the company says will enable sustained hypersonic flight without the need for a booster. Alex, my mind immediately jumped to first stage applications. First stage flyback applications. Is that bad? There's 2 more videos. All right, what do you got? Hang on, let me tee both of them up. Okay. Huh. November 2047L. It's an aerovodochny Vodachody L-29 Delphin. Interesting. An L-29? It's a Czech. It's a Czech airplane. Aerovodichody. I'm not saying that right at all. Huh. I know the L-39. Yeah. I'm wondering if L-39 is the same company. Yes, it is. It's the same company. Yeah, the same company makes the L-29 and the L-39. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, what's the next video? What was that rocket engine design book you have? It's called Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. Dieter Heusel and David Huang is who that's by. All right, let's see what we got here, Alex. Okay. Got some boundary layer action going on right there. Great book. Amazing book. The book if you want to learn how rocket engines work. That and rocket propulsive elements. Nuclear. Side note, the 29 weighs in at 5,000 pounds empty. How about now? How about now? Yeah, I don't care where you're sitting in that dang limo, geek. I wouldn't ride in that thing. If you're riding in the back seat and the big block decides to not big block anymore, it's gonna be like a grenade going off in your face. I think maybe I should put a firewall in there. Yeah. Maybe you should put a firewall in there somewhere, dude. Like, please put a firewall, dude. Do not have it. I mean, I don't think Cleater would. I don't think it is. I think it's a joke, but also, dude, I don't want to be anywhere near that engine when it's at like 6,000 RPM. Please put a big hunk of metal between me and that motor. I have that up for Space News, Andrew. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is kind of like the SR-71. This is similar to the J-58, only you're missing the turbojet part. They'll cry with that fuel. Yeah, right. I don't think it's a joke. Please, dude, put a goddamn firewall in there, front and back. Just surround that thing in a metal box. Put a doghouse. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't, dude, I wouldn't want to be in the driver's seat with that thing, man. You're out of your mind. Dude, it's crazy. So can this engine run in space? It looks like the VDR2 engine is an air-breathing engine, Trey, but I think that can work with their rocket concept. At least that's what people over in the Twitch that I trust were telling me. The RDRE drives the ramjet part. It's really cool. Smart. That's pretty smart, dude. That's pretty cool stuff. So, yeah, conceivably, yes, it could, Trey. That's cool, man. All right. So, the next bit here is coming from Dave Limp. It's the CEO of Blue Origin. Dave Limp. Made a splash last week with our first ever joint NASA Blue test at NASA Johnson's Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. supporting the development of our Blue Moon Mark II human landing system, or lander. Diving teams completed a series of simulated extravehicular activities utilizing a specialized underwater Mark II lander mock-up. The teams replicated the actual dimensions of our airlock hatch and short proximity of the lander to what will be the lunar surface. Over 2 days, participants wore modified underwater. Nice. Modified underwater spacesuits and used weights to simulate the moon's gravity. The tests assessed Blue Moon's lander's airlock, surface access system, cargo transfer system, and innovative hardware for rescuing an incapacitated crew from the lunar surface. We demonstrated our ability to safely deliver astronauts and cargo to the lunar surface and return the crew in emergency. Grateful to our partners at NASA for the opportunity to team up and use your world-class facility. And special thanks to the divers who suited up for our tests. Dave Limp, Dave Limp, Dave Limp. Is this Venus? Yeah, that was Venus, Baron. That's who we were looking at, yes. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Crew cabin looks like it's going to be quite a bit higher off the surface compared to the renders. I wonder how much of the design has changed since then.
Oh, this is space.
Hokie gifted a sub to Baron. Thanks, man. And thanks for all the subs the other day, Hokie. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, buddy. But, yeah, the thing that's standing out to me is when you peruse VA's releases, how you say walk then run and then show me the hardware, both of which they seem to be doing. They actually have an explainer playlist going over what they intend. Yeah, that's good. Good. You're welcome. The DoD is not happy with the ULA. Uh-oh. Página 9. In an SSL Phase 2... Alright, hold on. In an SSL Phase 2, the Vulcan program has performed unsatisfactorily this past year. Major issues with Vulcan have overshadowed its successful certification, resulting in delays to the launch of 4 national security missions. Despite the retirement of the highly successful Atlas and Delta launch vehicles, the transition to Vulcan has been slow and continues to impact the completion of Space Force mission objectives. To address these challenges, ULA has increased its engineering resources and management focus to resolve design issues. Government and federally funded Research and Development Center personnel have increased involvement in technical and program management challenges. ULA has also lost launch opportunities on an SSL Phase 3 Lane 1 contract due to not having a certified launch vehicle until April 2025. ULA completed certification of their Block 0 design for the Eastern Range on the 25th of March 2025 with open work. Risk reduction plans have been agreed to and signed by the Space Force and ULA to reduce known risks to flyable low-medium prior to the first NSSL Vulcan launch. The first NSSL Vulcan launch mission is SF-106 with a date of July 2025. Elevated mission risks are assessed and accepted by Single Flight Worthiness Certification Authority during the Flight Readiness Review prior to every NSSL launch. The FRR is typically scheduled 1 to 2 weeks prior. Yuck. Trying to scale is very difficult, guys. It's tough to do. I think that's the problem. I think SpaceX is... Not SpaceX. I mean, I think SpaceX made it look easy. Ramping up and scaling to Falcon 9 to where it is now was not an easy task. We think it was, but it wasn't. ULA is trying to do that scale up, but Yeah, it's tough. Oh no. I mean, I dig the Vulcan hat. That's pretty good. Eric says, alas, no one needed to eat this since Vulcan did not launch a national security payload before 2020. Damn. Damn. In-laws make it safe? They did, John. Thank you for asking. Oh, man. Oh. And they fired people a couple days ago. Yeah. Speaking of ULA, have you seen how much Tory Bruto has been talking about defense lately? Even ULA is retweeting his posts. He wrote a new Substack on space-based laser defense systems. I mean, Phil, as much as I want, like Tory Bruno to be working on civilian like missions and national security missions, the guy's wheelhouse is weapons. It always has been. And dude, have you seen Thad? That guy is damn good at engineering like weapon systems. He's pretty freaking good at it, dude. Like, probably like foremost expert in the country on like ICBMs right there. If I had to like put a name to a face, right? Like, yeah, so they fired people a few days ago. Legit question, do you think anyone will achieve Falcon 9 cadence in the next 10 years, if ever? Blue could. Blue could do it. I'm a little bit worried that Blue is kind of all over the place. They're very diversified in all the stuff that they're trying to make. That would be my one thing that I think would impede them from flying New Glenn like on Falcon 9 flight rates. I don't think the hardware is a constriction geek, if that's what you're saying. If that's what you were asking, I think New Glenn can fly as much as Falcon 9, if probably more. That thing was designed like an airplane, man. Seriously. Look at the landing leg hardware. It looks like landing gear. You know? Rocket Lab with Neutron it's possible. Guys like, and once again, I'm not saying this to piss in Sir Peter Beck's cornflakes or anything. I'm not sure Rocket Lab can scale like that. Blue has the money and the factory space to be able to make a lot of New Glens. And don't get me wrong, I think Rocket Lab could scale to it, but I think that it would take a while for them to scale. I'm not sure if they'd be able to get to Falcon 9 flight rate in the next decade, but I think that if anybody, they could probably, them or Blue could probably get close. I would put, and once again, I love Rocket Lab. I would put Blue ahead of them just because they have a factory, quite frankly, that could churn out vehicles this quickly. They have a big factory, dude. And I that's not your end-all be-all metric for flight cadence, right? But if you want to fly a lot, you got to make a lot of rockets, man. Hey, Shortline, what's up, dude? Do I think anybody will? Blue or Rocket Lab would probably be your most likely candidates. I say Blue over Rocket Lab, but Rocket Lab could. Scaling Neutron is going to be hard, and it's going to be hard to do with one pad. Hang on, I gotta shut the door. It's cold out. I mean, Geek, to be very candid, Blue has the Bezos money behind them, dude. They have deep pockets. They can build a factory to scale. You know what I mean? Like, and the other thing that I want to say is that Blue isn't succeeding just because they have deep pockets. Just because you have deep pockets doesn't mean you're going to do well in this industry, you know? Shortline, you got your grades for this semester. All A's somehow? Nice, man. Congratulations. What about China? I'm not sure that Geek was asking about China particularly. I mean, if you want to rope them in, China could probably hit flight cadence, but not reuse. Hey, Thousand, sorry, I just don't like, what's the topic? Have a great time at the wedding in the coming days. Also 8 months. Thanks, Thousands. SpaceX will hit Falcon 9 flight cadence in 10 years. With Starship. Hey, Cody, how are you? Why is the Space News thumbnail my summer car? Oh, I forgot to change it. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'll change it. It's still the MSC thing. I'll change it. Tell me it's updated. Sorry. Yeah, he did, Hellfish. He did. Baron, Bruno is posting a lot about defense stuff. He wants Golden Dome contracts. Apparently Palantir and Anduril and SpaceX got the contract. Also, side note, Andrew is also designing a Starshield-based closed-loop comm system. They call it Menace. Is it just me, or do we have way more national security missions these days than, say, 20 years ago? Yeah, John. It's because deferring spending on your spy satellites is probably not a good idea. Yeah, the multi-billion-dollar spy satellites, why upgrade those? Whoop, why upgrade those? Nobody's near us. They'll be fine. There's no near-peer adversarial. There's no near-peer adversary with our spy satellite tech. Oh, wait, there is? Yeah, maybe we should fix that. Anduril is doing some interesting stuff if you want to look at the spicy hardware side of things. Be a Menace. What is this about? Dude. What's the truck? I want the truck. Is that bad? I want the truck. The truck. No, where's the truck? What kind of truck was that? Do they make that too? Uh-oh. It's about to get spicy. Elon already said that was false. They're not going for the Golden Dome program. So this looks like that looks like forward deployed PLEO backed tracking equipment for situational awareness. That's what that looks like. And that's actually pretty sick, dude. It's pretty cool. Literally playing Call of Duty. Enemy pay flow inbound. Not anymore. The reason I ask that is to ask this. Is SpaceX the big bad bully that no one will topple, or do you think someone can catch up to SpaceX with Falcon 9 and Starship at their development levels, or are they just too far ahead? Well, Geek, my mind regarding that question immediately goes to who has the pockets, who has the deep pockets to scale. I mean, because that's what it's going to be. Anybody that's going to get near, like similar capability to SpaceX is going to need deep pockets. They need. I'm sorry, you're not getting there with like a $500 million Series A funding round. You're not doing that. That's not happening that way. Like, I'm sorry, like, it's not happening that way. Unless somebody invents like an Epstein drive or something, or like repulsor lifts from Star Wars, that's not happening. Cody, you're doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired today, dude. I did a lot of driving between the early stream this morning and today. Yeah, Yuri, you linked up the Hermes. Yeah. What Venus is doing is kind of similar to Hermes. A little bit different though. Hermes is trying to adapt, make low-cost supersonic propulsion, but yeah, still cool. Stoke could get a good cadence. I love what Stoke's doing, but once again, guys, like, the name of the game here is scaling. Stoke's concept is going to need to fly a little bit before they get investors and or contracts. And if they do, then I think Andy Lapsa and his team are smart enough to figure that one out. But until then, you're going to need some deep pockets, and Jeff Bezos ain't going to fund that. You know what I mean? Endural is starting to test some cool stuff in their secret private airport south of Fort Stockton. They haven't said where it is, but it isn't hard to find on Google Earth. Chinese food makes me tired. Yeah, I got a little bit of a food coma. I'm sorry, guys. John, what's that? Oh, standing seats. Lovely. Actually, it was the beef and broccoli that did me in.
60 minutes overtime.
Do you see a world where machines are fighting?
Does that guy have a mullet and a spinach chin?
Battles for us.
Oh, absolutely. It's already happening.
Our story this week is about Palmer Luckey. He is the billionaire founder of Anduril.
And Anduril, yeah, they have this thing, the loitering munition. Dude, the freaking loitering munition. That thing is actually super scary. That's like, okay.
Which makes autonomous weapons that are powered by artificial intelligence.
To be clear, autonomous does not mean remote controlled. Once an autonomous weapon is programmed and given a task, it can use artificial intelligence for surveillance or to identify, select, and engage targets.
No, not the Nissan Hardbody!
Needed.
Oh, that's a nice truck! What the hell, man?
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
Come
I'd say it's a
on.
lot scarier, for example, to imagine a weapon system that doesn't have any level of intelligence at all. There's no moral high ground in making a landmine that can't tell the difference between a school bus full of children and Russian armor. It's not a question between smart weapons and no weapons. It's a question between smart weapons and dumb weapons.
Lucky showed us Lattice, the AI platform that coordinates these so-called smart weapons and collects data from various...
He founded Anduril the same day he was fired from Facebook. He screwed up that Nissan Hardbody, man.
sensors and sources, satellites, drones, radar, and cameras.
There are lots of people who go, oh, AI, I don't know, I don't trust it, it's going to go rogue.
I would say that it is something to be aware of, but in the grand scheme of things to be afraid of, there's things that I'm much more terrified of. And I'm a lot more worried about evil people with mediocre advances in technology than AI deciding that it's going to wipe us all out.
Critics have called autonomous lethal weapons
That's
killer robots, but Palmer Luckey is really quick to say, listen, these all have a kill switch, that if a human needs to intervene, they can.
Right now, there's so many weapon systems that require manning. If I can have one guy commanding and controlling 100 aircraft, that's a lot easier than having to have a pilot in every single one, and it puts a lot fewer American lives at risk.
This guy played StarCraft. I'm convinced. Yeah, and what happens if the AI shuts off the kill switch? Pal. Yeah, Aqualix, yeah.
So we're here today looking at
crazy,
the
dude.
YFQ-44A. This is the first autonomous fighter jet.
He made
Brian
Oculus.
Schimpf is the CEO and co-founder of Anduril, and he showed us Fury, their unmanned aircraft. We were the first media outlet allowed to see Fury, and this has been a super secret project for them. We weren't allowed to say where we saw it or where it's
Right,
been
Yuri?
built, but we were allowed to look at it for the first time.
There's no cockpit, there's no human. This system operates totally autonomously. And these are very large, serious aircraft designed to do air-to-air combat.
Fury is a CCA, which means Collaborative Combat Aircraft.
You guys remember what I told you about the XQ-58 and how you could have one guy in an F-35 and the reason why controlling like a swarm, like an entire squadron of these? Remember when I said that? There you go. You wonder why the F-35 is so expensive? Because it has that kind of capability. It can do stuff like that. Yeah. It can Protoss carrier people. You ever played StarCraft? That's why I'm convinced that dude plays StarCraft. That guy he was a Protoss player through and through. This is where they saw it. Where they found it. That's funny that people found the airport. Gotta love the internet. You want to find something? You want to find something quickly on the internet? Say, do you want to geolocate something? Say you can't find this. Someone will find, dude. You can have a leaf outside and someone will be like, oh, yep. Here's where you are. You know? Do you remember? You guys remember when they did the internet did that to Shia LaBeouf? Oh my God. It was ridiculous. They knew where, they figured out exactly where he was. He posted a picture of a flagpole. Like the top of a flagpole. People found where he was. It was weird, man. The F-35 is basically the mothership. Yep. They did it to him 3 times.
It is powered
I can love the internet,
by artificial
man.
intelligence.
The internet's great.
To operate
so crazy, dude.
alongside fighter jets that have pilots.
This system is designed to use software to autonomously control it and work with a manned quarterback sitting in a fighter
See?
jet alongside it, sitting in an F-35 or something like that. These are first and foremost about protecting pilots' lives. These fly out ahead of manned fighters, and they're able to find the enemy first, be able to engage the enemy well before a manned fighter has to be seen or is in range. So these are really about providing that deterrence by putting systems well out in front of manned fighters.
Anduril was selected by the Pentagon to create a CCA. They beat out a number of prime defense contractors to get a chance to do that. So Fury
that thing's kinda
is
hot.
their CCA, and if it is chosen by the Air Force, they will be mass produced
that guy have
inside
pigtails?
the United States. Potentially, it would be a lot less expensive than a fighter jet.
The goal of these systems
That
is
thing-
to be
dude, that thing's pretty
mass-producible,
trick.
and we tried to eliminate
Actually kinda
really
like it.
every bottleneck we could find around what makes an aircraft hard to produce. So really simple things that we've been able to do are design the landing gear, for example, instead of using very exquisite big aircraft landing gear, which are hard to produce, really limited supply, we designed it so it can be built in any machine shop in America. Instead of using a military engine, we've been able to use a commercial business jet engine that are mass produced and readily available. And we've designed nearly every part of this that can be made in hundreds of different places within the US from lots of different suppliers.
Smart.
Fury is scheduled
Another company does that with rockets. Where do you think they got the idea? Can you guess the company? It's the company that's going to launch something really big next week. That's right, it goes in the square hole. In Ace Combat 7, they moved all the communications to satellite internet and then Guys all shot the satellites and AI drones just continue to operate with the mission to bomb stuff because people couldn't send the off signal. Oh joy.
Scheduled to take its first test flight this summer. The
Boy?
Air Force hopes to
Yeah.
have CCAs fully operational before the end of this decade.
And right now, we're proving out the aircraft and getting through all the engineering, but we're also working through how will these things be used in combat. We're working through simulations and ways these can actually be employed. So this is a big deal beyond just making an airplane that flies. It's an entirely new way of fighting.
"60 Minutes overtime."
All right, anyway. That's pretty cool. Did I watch Joey B's meat rocket video? High stakes. Joey B's meat rocket video. I watched High Stakes, yes. Yeah, I watched it. It's pretty good, man. I'm sorry, that's funny. Joey B's meat rocket video. Yeah, of course I watched that. I don't want to watch any meat rocket video. It is good. I think you needed to cook the meat a little bit more. But yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, High Stakes is awesome, dude. That's a really, really well-made video. Another aspect of Endural is that all of their design is mentally focused on the ease of manufacture. Manufacturing surge capability is intended to be built and worked on the common garage workshop tools. No, that's smart, Aqualex. It's really smart. SpaceX does that. That's what I was getting at. SpaceX does the same thing, dude. How do you think they're able to just conjure up like hold down, like 20 hold down arms for Super Heavy? They just conjure up the parts for the OLM. Those just come out of nowhere. No, they do the same thing. They are able to go and contract it out. That's what they do. Yeah, the nose cone molding process, Yuri. Yeah, you remember that part, huh? I like the part where he made the nose cone. Yeah, that was you could have just used the balloon. But that worked. You know, that worked. His way worked too. You know? But yeah, his way worked. This is the full mission statement. Yeah, I see. Yep. Yeah, I see what's going on. I have the SES thing, Phil, and what else we got here? I want to see this mission statement real quick. Not really, no. Balloons aren't going to go over long, hard things like that. It's standard practice, actually. I disagree, but it's fine. See? Yep. I'm telling you, man. See, what's the adage that we learned from Hearts of Iron, dudes? Losers discuss tactics. Winners discuss logistics. That's true. It's absolutely a thing. Geek, that goes back to your question about rockets. You know, you say who can even be like SpaceX. It has nothing to do with who can design a reusable rocket. It has everything to do with who can make a lot of reusable rockets. Same thing, man. You guys are linking stuff way too fast for me, dude. Like, I can't. Ernest, what's up? Roadcraft question. How do I know where when it saves? I wish there was a button. There's an autosave feature that happens every once in a while, dude. Apparently there was a military test where they scored the AI based on completing missions, and eventually it targeted the control relay because it kept losing points where the operators sent abort communications. Hey Sib, how's your day going? I'm tired, man. I got up early to stream, did a BeamNG stream this morning because didn't really have a lot of time, and then I had to drive into the city, which was a 4-hour excursion. And now I'm here discussing space news. I'm doing all right. It's just I'm just tired. It's been a long day already. We still have a lot to do. Watch the Pulsar vid and tell how realistic if they can make the engine. Yeah, I don't know. Your face describing 4 hours of driving. Sib, I'm not going to say the exact distance. Let's just say it's about... I live 30 miles outside of Boston. It took me 2 hours to get into the city and 2 hours to get out. It's, dude, the traffic has gotten so bad. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. I'm so happy I live in the woods, man. Oh my goodness. It's so bad. Classic alignment problem. These are the pitfalls AI safety engineers are working to help us avoid. Tank farm is still frosty. What are they doing? Let me see. They could be testing the flow rate on the pumps. DC isn't even that bad. Health is just... I mean, the monsoon conditions probably made it worse, dude. This is like... So, I know some of you guys that are here in Florida, you know those rainstorms that happen at 4:30 every afternoon in the summer? It's like monsoon for probably about half hour, and then the sun comes back out. It's been that since this morning. Like, my ground's saturated. The ground can't take any more water, so all the water is just pooling up and flowing somewhere. It's bad. You think they might be doing some kind of dress rehearsal? It's something, well, it's a dress rehearsal with just GSE, so my guess is just a systems test. Yeah. Seen the emergency belly flop landing in Arlington yet? No. Just got here. Hey, S, what's going on? Yeah, it's... Traffic and weather is horrific. Get rid of this cold front. Eric, I spent an hour on 93 South today, dude. Easily. An hour on Route 3, an hour on 93 South. To get to the friggin' airport, man. I saw a 4-car crash happen on 93 South going southbound. So I took 90 out to 128 back to Route 3. Nope. Took just as long. See, yeah, I mean, okay, just going back to this. And see, you know why what I agree with Endural is that they're not doing something like they showed Willow Run, which is one of my favorite examples of like how Ford Motor Company understood the assignment of playing Factorio. Guys, they made 10,000 B-24s at that in 2 years. From basically, yeah, 43 to 45. Willow Run produced like 10,000 planes. Think about that for a second. Think about 10,000 aircraft. Just picture that in your mind. Can you even picture 10,000 planes? That's if you stacked all those planes out and just put them wing to wing, that would look like the Boneyard in Tucson. Only more. That's more planes than what's in the damn Boneyard. Willow Run produced that many planes in 2 years. That's absurd. Yeah, I know it's pronounced Andril. It brain-wormed me, dude. I really don't want to do. I mean, with space you can achieve that, and I've always said, Geek, we don't need a reason to go to be at the forefront of exploration. Other than that truth for manifesting our destiny in space. Yes, I use those words very, 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 very carefully. That doesn't need an adversary. That doesn't need a goal. That's just what we should be doing. That manifest destiny is self-evident. You know what I mean? We don't need a reason to do stuff like this. We should be doing it because up there is where that's where our destiny lies. Up there. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky said that Earth is the cradle of mankind. But you don't stay in the cradle forever. Gotta go. We gotta go up there. We'll kill ourselves if we don't. We'll terminate ourselves with AI if we don't. I mean, I firmly believe that, dude. It's not even a judgment call. We gotta get some red rocks. And Melon Farmer bought some yellow cake. He bought some yellow cake. Are you sure it was yellow? Yes, I'm sure, chat. A week ago, either on Flame Trench or on here, we were discussing the static fire and that how there is a low pressure vacuum caused by the engines. Would the vents in the engine skirt prevent that from happening? No. The vents are for the attic. That low pressure happens at the bottom, between the bottom of the attic and the nozzle on the engines. Sorry, that was a Chinese food burp. Oh, all right. Not a judgment call, it's judgment day. Bingo. Going to the Willow Run Air Show next month. All right, dude. From the cradle, we rock. Anyway, what else do we got? So this is coming from OIG. When a subcontractor attempted to supply fraudulent parts for NASA's Space Launch System, our investigators and the justice system held him accountable. Read why product substitution cases like this are a top priority for our office. Oh no. In one recent case, the Office of Investigator spearheaded an investigation into a man named Stephen Lukens, who devised a scheme to supply fraudulent certificates of compliance, pressure testing certificates, and reports for NASA projects at Kennedy Space Center. Lukens was the chief executive officer of a NASA subcontractor called Gulf Atlantic International Supply that procured materials for the Space Launch System, the rocket designed to launch the Orion spacecraft and its astronaut passengers to the moon. Lukens provided products that were involved in the processing of hypergolic fluids, which are toxic liquids used for propulsion and hydraulic power. NASA has developed rigorous quality assurance specifications to ensure that these hazardous liquids do not start fires, explode, or pose health risks. Yeah, inhaling hypergolics will kill you. Yeah, health risks. And in some very rare cases, side effects include death. However, Lukens attempted to subvert these standards. After receiving a tip about suspicious activity, OI reviewed 5,000 emails that Lukens have sent to the prime contractor. Lukens' company had fulfilled over 1,500 purchase orders for the prime contractor since 2013, and investigators found that he had forged at least 191 quality control documents during this time. Why? Why? What were you under a schedule risk? Why? Why would you even do that? What do you got to worry about delivering it on time? Like, that's not a thing. Why forge it? What are you, dumb? Like what why? Like that's what goes into my mind. What are you gonna be the bottleneck? You can't make this up. Bro, what are you, a schedule risk? To the rocket that's 10 years late? Oh my god. It's cheaper to print a nice looking paper than to do the test? What? Because you can't go back to NASA and be like, yo, I need another $100 million? What are they going to say? No? Bechtel had no problem doing that. Boeing had no problem doing that. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, bro, you're going to cheap out. You're doing it wrong. You're a prime subcontractor for freaking SLS? You want to save money? What are you doing? Bro, you're doing it wrong. I'm sorry, that's really funny to me, dude. What if that had killed a person? Yeah, what if it did? Bro, just go to NASA and say I need more money. They're not going to not give you more money. Oh, that's awesome. What an idiot. Not only did Lukens' action cost the prime contractor significant time and money, but he also jeopardized the projects and personnel. He ultimately pled guilty to the charges, agreeing to forfeit $271,024 of illegal proceeds and pay an additional $418,256 in restitution. He's now... Oh, engine test at McGregor. Is it going to blow up? Balls. I think that's the vacuum test stand. Meh. Put that in a big bag, Gino. 364 more unfolds to go, indeed. And liftoff. We rise together. Back to the moon and beyond. It's orange. Sorry, I got it stuck in my head. Yikes, you bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these. If it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right? It's orange. We're all saying the same thing. We are, aren't we? Okay, that all looks honky-dory. I'll let you know if it blows up. He's now serving a 21-month prison sentence in federal prison. No conjugal visits. That's federal hit me in the face with a lunch pail prison. Both he and his company were also debarred by NASA's Acquisition and Integrity Program for the next 14 years. Great, now do every other contractor, bro. Hey, look out for your cornhole, bud. Nah, screw that guy. Although Lukens' ruse was exposed by poorly doctored paperwork, there are other common clues that can help uncover product substitution. These indicators include mislabeling materials, using old or uncalibrated testing equipment, claiming test records have no failures or cannot be found, offering gratuities to inspector personnel. You dumb fuck. Oh my god. Dude, this guy's stupid. What? I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh. What are you doing? What are you doing? You tried to bribe the OIG. Are you stupid? Bribing the OIG? Are you kidding me? The Office of Inspector General, the guy that works for Uncle Sam, who has extremely deep pockets when it comes to this. You're trying to out-bribe the government? What's wrong with you? What are you doing? Bro, that's so good, man. This guy's Dude, what are you doing? How, what, why? Just go to NASA and say you need more money like every other contractor. Oh my goodness. Bro, you have a contract with NASA. It's a money printer. What's wrong with you? Oh my goodness. Wow. Can't make that up. In providing photocopies or digital versions of certifications when the originals are expected. Above all, trust your gut. If something seems off, report it. If you suspect fraud or misconduct at NASA or its programs, contact the OIGs via the hotline. Yeah, hi, I'd like to report an entire space program. Too far? Too far? Too far. Too far. Yes, hi, I'd like to report an entire space program. Too far? Too far. Too far. Nah, it's about right. Are you on the list? No, but I believe my friends, perhaps you've heard of them, Franklin, Grant, and Jackson are. Hinris, okay, you got a truck question. I'm about to get my license and I need a good starter truck. My grandpa said he knows where there's an S10 for sale. I don't know the condition yet, but would that be a good first vehicle? What are some other good options? An S10's perfect, dude. Perfect. Perfect. So, Hinris, your first vehicle. All right, what should you look for with the S10? As long as it has no rust on it, you are good to go. The mileage, don't worry about it. Dude, it could have 300,000 miles on an S10. As long as it has no rust, you're good to go. Why? Say you buy it and you want to go fast and you blow the engine. Dude, do you know how many S10s they made? Chevy made S10s for 30 years. You can find parts. You want to replace the motor? It's like $200. Maybe, okay, after COVID, it's like $400. Nothing. Your first car should always be a car that's easy to fix, easy to work on, and easy to fix. Now, I'll be honest with you, the window of criteria of cars that qualify for that criteria are getting smaller and smaller, which I have my own things about it. And S10 is perfect, dude. Perfect first car. Perfect. If you break it, you go to the junkyard, go pull apart. They're everywhere, man. S10s are everywhere. And it's not just S10s. Blazers. Any Blazer from the 80s, 90s, 2000s. Blazers, S10s, GMCs, GMC Jimmy. GM made bajillions of parts for that thing. You could build one in a junkyard, basically. Hear me out. I'll LS swap my S10 and add a CVRT. I like the first part. I don't like the second part. Get an El Camino chick magnet. That was my thought. A Ranger. Yeah, Ranger or an S10, you can't lose, dude. It's a little quarter-ton pickup truck. Mini trucks are cool, dude. I like them. Heck, I like all kinds of trucks, Henry, you know that. I like K-trucks. I saw a K-truck driving around the other day. I was like, that's awesome. I want it. It could literally, dude, the truck could like fit in the trunk of the Coronet. I'm like, I want that. That's awesome. I don't think I could fit in it, but hey, whatever. Thoughts on an REPU? If you can find one, those are cool. Subaru Brat? Yeah, sure, but Jermaine, that's the thing. They didn't make a lot of them here. Not a lot of Brats got here. Got to the United States. Brats are super cool. They're a cool truck, especially with the jump seat. That's really cool. It's like one of the few times it's road legal to actually ride in the pickup bed of a truck. But they didn't make a lot of those. On the other hand, they made millions of S10s. Hinris, that is a perfect first car. Just make sure it doesn't have any rust. If there's rust on the bed, that's no problem. You can find another bed. They're everywhere. Like you probably replace the bed for like $500. Eric is watching the stream. Oh no. What is he actually? The senior military official responsible for buying launch says ULA has to repair trust after Vulcan delays. RIP. The only negative to the little quarter-ton trucks is that they suck in the snow. Not if it's 4x4. You could beat the snot out of them Blazers and S10s, dude. They don't. Yeah, dude. It's a Chevy. It's a Chevy from the '90s. You're not killing that. Just like Ford stuff from the '90s. There was a time where these cars were actually superbly freaking durable. I mean, it's gonna take some time to figure out if the current crop is. I mean, we don't know if the trucks are durable nowadays. Maybe. I had a 91 Ranger with a 4-liter. Indestructible. Yeah, the 4-liter. What is it? What was the name of that motor? I don't know. Doesn't matter. 4-liters don't make... That 4-liter doesn't make a lot of power, Bob, but it'll never break. Just like Jeeps from the 90s. Yeah. Yes, I could be a jerk. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it anyway, and I do it because I love you, buddy. You've had a Jeep. You've had a Jeep for how long? And you drove it around and it still runs. So yeah, they're pretty strong. Sorry, man. I love you. But also, was I wrong? That was a pretty good engine. That engine is pretty good. My dad still has his 2000 S10 4x4. 47K original miles on it. Only used it to haul RC airplanes. There you go. Hey EJ, Starship S10. I hope Starships get to a point where we could just buy them. I'm not paying 30 G's for a truck, no wrath, but that is a nice truck. But anyway, yeah, this, what an idiot. Hypergolic pressure vessels. What are you doing, man? Like, what are you doing? Why? Just ask, say you need more money. NASA will give it to you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying like that. All right. The next thing here is coming from Keg Rocket. This is Project Keg Rocket. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but it's a guy that's building a liquid fuel bipropellant rocket using kegs as your tankage, as your pressure vessels for your engine. I have that same vice. All right. I don't know if you guys know Project Keg Rocket, but yeah, there's an update. Finished running the raceway lines for the locks. Dude, look at the downcomer. Look at the locks downcomer. This is awesome. Yeah, Keg Rocket's cool. Yeah. Dude. Also, guy has particularly good taste in cars, might I add. I'm sorry. Like, hey guys, a lot of guys like rockets that also like cars. I'm just saying. Is that a 65? Yep. And look, he did the rear plate on his. Plug welded the rear plate. We're gonna have to do that on the Coronet. Seriously though, that rocket looks sick. That's awesome, dude. That thing's big. That's a big liquid fuel rocket, dude. Oh, urethane long. Yeah, well, look at that. Is there another episode of Keg Rocket? No, that was just an update, dude. But also, oh my goodness, bro, this is some stuff going on here, man. This is not like. Would you still call this high-powered rocketry? I think we're getting a little bit past that. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, man. Wow. The fittings, though. If you get that joke, That's pretty damn funny, isn't it? Softness. Very. Is Flight 9 scheduled for the 27th still? Yeah, Trey, I believe it is. Is that guy drag race? Because I'm seeing a lot of familiar parts. I'm pretty sure Keg Rocket, I'm pretty sure that Mustang is, yeah, a Mustang probably goes fast. Keg Rocket, yeah, no, he likes old cars as well. Trying to find another picture of it. He posts some pictures from time to time. Uh, oh. Looks like he's got a, looks like it's a 65 notch. Nice. Nice. I'm trying to look for another picture of the Stang, but So when do we build you a fox body notch that scares you? Fund the project. I'll build anything you want. What's the feasibility of doing this on a smaller scale with Dr. Pepper cans? If you have to ask that question, Graham, it's probably not feasible. Not feasible for you. Like, I don't mean to be mean. I think your skill set is a little bit below if you have to ask that question. You know what I mean? With that being said, anything is doable with enough persistence. Like rebuilding the rear end of a car when you have no idea what you're doing. Holy crap, Eric's article has more than Phil's document from the USAF hearing a couple days ago. I recommend it. EJ, what's the sound after the moo in the spaceflight intro? Is it from Apollo 17 sample collection? Because it's hard to hear the words for me. It's orange is from Apollo 17. I don't know what's after the moo. It's like I don't know what that is. I'd have to listen to it. Can't see me, just came in dealing with unemployedness, hoping to lift all around you. Here, can't see me. We got an update from Keg Rocket today. It's probably, I don't think it's something that you know, but here, just take a look at this picture. This should make your day better. Just take a look at all of the picture. So, that is a rocket, a bipropellant liquid fuel rocket with the pressure vessels. Your fuel and oxidizer pressure vessels are kegs, like beer kegs. So, there's also that. But Mr. Keg Rocket also has particularly nice taste in automobiles. I'm quite fond of that. So maybe, perhaps this makes you better? Makes you feel better? You know it's bad when I'm agreeing with Eric Berger. Yeah. I've tried to tone down my, vitriol, let's say, for that guy. I've tried to tone it down, guys. A couple of reasons. One, after, I forget what event happened, but it's very clear that Eric's sources are legit. Like, Like, it's very clear that he obviously knows somebody that knows what's going on at NASA. It's pretty clear. So I'm trying not to bark up his tree as much, but also, I mean, I'm not sure I agree with with some of the ways he talks about like spaceflight and stuff, but yeah, I've been trying not to be as much of a dick, you know. It's hard for me. I'm from the Northeast, dude. Like, I don't know what you want. I'm from freaking Boston. We're like known for that. Like, it's really, really tough for me to be nice, you know, in this regard. Like, it's like that Tom Segura sketch. You know, you're really an a-hole, right? You know, you're from the Northeast. You're really an a-hole. Yeah, thank you. You know, my dad's an a-hole. It's kind of a thing, you know. It's a thing. You know, like, Did you see the trailer for the Netflix documentary on Ocean Gate? Spoiler alert, the boat sinks. Oh, wait, we're talking about Titanic. Wait, are we? Now I'm confused. No, I haven't seen the trailer. Nice article. Also, hey, say hello to your mother for me, okay? Yeah, Salt is OEM. That's right, man. Hey, Cheeseburger, I used to not like Eric a lot. I used to carry a lot of disdain. Because I always thought that, you know, his sources, like, dude, how do we know you're not making up stuff, right? But when it became apparent that whoever's telling him stuff about NASA, whoever his source is not like him just making up stuff. Like we saw, like something he said was like, this is what's gonna happen, and then it happened, and then he called out a bunch of people saying he was full of crap. Like I tried to roll it back because clearly his sources are good. I don't necessarily like some of Eric Berger's personal conclusions. Like he hates SLS. I don't hate SLS. He's critical of SLS because he doesn't like it. Because he's pro-commercial. And that's fine. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people are like that. I am critical of SLS because I want the program to succeed. Because I see the flaws and I understand what needs to be fixed. We are not the same. You know what I mean? Like, my criticism of SLS is out of want for the program to succeed. Like I want to get rid of Gateway. I don't think Gateway is functionally useless, and the program's managed by people that clearly don't know what they're doing. They turned it into a love story. The Ocean Gate thing? I don't understand that. Super cool. Keep being you, please. I'm trying to survive. I need a tribe. My past tribe is God. Life is hard. You can't see me. You're welcome in here anytime, brother. Sit here and teach me how to weld, dude. If you lived down the street, I'd invite you over with freaking beer and sit here and learn to weld, man. You helped me a lot the other day. I learned a lot. I got to get another gas tank, but we got to get back in the shop. I got to learn to weld. I have to learn to weld. I am not good at it. The next day after I looked at that frame rail, I came back and looked at it and went, what the frick? It looks like someone peed on the side of this frame rail. I'm like, oh my goodness, we need to get the grinder out a lot. So, you're welcome in here anytime, brother. It's all good. I'm glad I could make your day better, dude. For real. It was a Titanic joke. Geek, I'm sorry. I'm slow, man. I get it. Truck tire. Shipyard is looking to hire welding trainees. Well, yeah, that would be really useful for me, John, if they didn't shutter the goddamn shipyard that's near my house. Anyway. Building ships? No. Let's just keep using the ships that we have. It's not like hulls are a wear item or anything. Yeah, let's just stop building ships. That's fine. We only need a couple of aircraft carriers every once in a while, right? That's fine. The flap disc, get rid of the pea stains. Just saying, oh, we're going to need a lot of flap discs, man. Well, the front fell off. Well, in my case, in my case with my car, the rear fell off. But, all right, what do we got? Oh! 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 Ah! Oh! 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 No! Oh! No! That's so bad! Oh no! Oh no! Baron, no! Why? Okay. Yeah, I think it killed some pixels there. Hit me with those laser beams. Yuri, это нехорошо. Not good. Not great, man. That's not good. I don't like it. No, me neither. All right, what do we got? So, Phil, what did you link up here? So, SES signs multi-launch agreement for Helios transport services with Tommy Mules. There you go. That's awesome. How much? Redondo Beach, Impulse Space, the in-space mobility leader in SES Global, a global content and connectivity provider, today announced a multi-launch agreement to use Impulse's Helios kickstage to shorten the time required for selected SES satellites to reach their final orbital position, whether on geostationary, GEO, or MEO, by transporting the satellites from LEO directly to high-energy orbits in hours. If a Tesla is around it, it's going to cook the sensor for them too. They're using an aggressive LiDAR system. Teslas don't use LiDAR, Baron. Teslas don't use LiDAR. Was popping in looking for Ernok, but I thought I heard something from lurking while talking to Ernok. Did I hear you read that someone was faking safety papers for something? And did it 130 times? Yeah. Yeah. No, I haven't seen him since, Flykin. Would you own a Tesla? Not really, Nova. No, probably not. Megabyte 1 doors open. Has Impulse flown any stages yet? No. It's going to cook the camera sensor on a Tesla if the Volvo is around it. Oh, I misunderstood. Yeah. All right. I wouldn't buy a Tesla, but not because I don't like Teslas or EVs or anything. I think EVs are cool. I actually like Cybertruck. That's apparently a really unpopular thing. I think it's cool. I think its 48-volt architecture is really smart. I think that's really cool. I think all cars should be 48-volt architecture in this day and age. If we're going to be insistent on electronics in cars, adopt 48-volt architecture. It's not rocket science. However, I'm not really that big of a fan from Tesla because Tesla is not very right to repair. They're not very right to repair at all. If it breaks, you got to take it to them. And I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. Tesla has gotten better. They've gotten better about it over the last couple of years. But you still can't buy parts wholesale. I'm not a fan of that. I really don't like it. I understand why they do it though, because if you're gonna have a subscription service like Full Self Driving, you know, if somebody modifies the car and FSD drives it off a cliff or something because you modified it, there's liability there. So I understand why Tesla is not very right to repair. I get it. It makes sense. And if somebody doesn't care about that, then it's an awesome car. It's just not for me, dude. Not for me. What company is, EJ? No company is right to repair anymore. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't buy new cars. My newest car. So Bree's car is from 2020, and it's okay. The rotors are shot after 40,000 miles, just on a side note. So it's a nice grinding noise when you step on the brakes. Rotors. Okay. My Mustang has 70,000 miles on it, and I don't drive it nearly as much, and the rotors are fine. And it's from 2008. Yeah, 2008 is my newest car. The rotors are shot on it. It's 40,000 miles on it. Give me a freaking break. Anyway, yeah, I don't buy new cars in general, dude. Yeah. I just, yeah, new cars don't do it for me. I mean, I'm not going to say that Tesla's a bad car. I really won't. I think they're great. They're nice cars. If I could take one apart and fix it, I'd be much more inclined to buy it. And that pretty much, Sawyer, that's pretty much the case across the board. I want a car that's easy to work on. I want a car that's easy to fix. It doesn't have to be this way. But we make it this way because we keep buying this stuff. And that's even Ford. Like, it's this way because we made it this way. You know, it's like in the gaming industry, dude. You know, we play a game like Roadcraft. You know, I was looking through with Roadcraft, and I don't mind Roadcraft. It's a pretty good game, right? Roadcraft doesn't have a road grader in it. Think about that for a second. There's no road grading vehicle. In a game about building roads, there's no road grader. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, we've become accustomed to, you know, every new game that releases being, you know, oh, it needs more time in the oven. And while that's true, sometimes it's not. But because we keep buying this stuff, because there's really no way to tell. Because we keep buying this stuff, they're going to keep doing it. Because we buy these crappy, complicated cars, right? And that's partially because we have to. Like, you know, you're not, for the vast majority of the United States, you know, trains don't make any sense. Like, and I get that. I understand that. Maybe that should change. I don't know. That's a whole can of worms we could get into, right? But we keep buying this stuff. You keep buying it. And if you keep buying it, they're going to keep making it. Today was maintenance day for my Tesla. I had to refill my windshield washer fluid. Flyboy, I'm not a Tesla hater by any means, dude. No, I like Tesla. Tesla's great. They're cool cars. Like, dude, a Model S Plaid is sick. That's an awesome vehicle. Like, I'm not a hater by any means. I like Tesla. I just wouldn't buy one. You know? We don't have a choice because they won't sell what you want. Exactly, Lord Yugu, yeah. It'd be nicer to have alternatives to make it easier to pressure car companies to do better. Yeah. Yeah. I'd argue that Tesla's already forcing the rest of the industry to catch up. Look at how quickly they ramped up their EV efforts once Tesla exploded in sales volume. Silly thing is this: you can already pre-order a DLC rebuild expansion, and it will probably have road graders in there, which you have to pay for again. Yeah, Daitor, it just kind of dawned on me when I was talking with the mods about this morning. I was talking with my moderators in the mod cord, and we found a list of all the vehicles, and they're like, oh, they're adding these vehicles to the game. I'm like, wow, look at all of these vehicles that have nothing to do with building roads. That's weird. Oh, you added a 4x4 van. What makes the 4x4 van in Roadcraft? What makes that useful comparatively to the W350 that I have, or the Land Rover, not Land Rover, that Tessa has? What's the difference? It's the same car. It does the same thing. The skin is different. There's no gameplay there. That's not gameplay. That you're not buying a car that does something new. Yeah, I know, Sawyer. It's hilarious. something like that. Yeah, that's what Chrysler used to do back in the day, Nova. Fortunately, due to where I live and how progressive my government is towards going green, a provincial insurance company will find almost any reason to write your vehicle off as it's anywhere near as old, as a way to get old cars off the road and force you to buy a hybrid or an EV. No, Wrath, don't take this the wrong way. I'm happy I don't live where you live. I would go bananas. I can empathize. That would make me go insane. Last weekend I rented a Tesla. I was sleep deprived and fell asleep at the wheel. The car took over, woke me up, and saved my life. I'm buying one. Okay. My time of tuning and calibrating engines, I've seen so many people just completely unwilling to learn new and advantageous technology. Yeah, there's some really stupid tech like Fury burners and trucks, but there's also a lot of good stuff. Yeah. That's not green government. That's greenwashing itself. I agree with that, Oculus. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that, yeah. I think that people co-opt, you know, a more sustainable future for their own political axe to grind. Oh, yeah. That's absolutely a thing. Frick those people. Oh, yeah. Duh. Yeah, I'm with you. I get it. My 79 RX-7 and 02WRX have survived so far. But if I'm in any minor fender bender on my RX-7, they'll write it off. So, drive around on a salvage title. Or do you guys not do that up there? Passes out donuts to chat? You're not going to pass it out to me? The whole world's gone cash for clunkers. Tessa, it's awful. Yeah, anyway. Let's not make this EJ's car bitching review, you know what I mean? Let's get back to Impulse. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, Baron. That's why I don't like it. Oh, nice. It's a band with the engine below catalyst and our mass flow. I can also say the same about the oil industry. Yeah, Yuri, they try to do that. Anyway, 2 weeks after I bought a Baus. Ford, baby. All right, so first mission for Helios, for Impulse's Helios is planned for 2027. Will feature a dedicated deployment from a medium lift launcher in Leo, followed by... Interesting choice of words. Followed by Helios transferring the 4-ton class payload directly to Geo within 8 hours of launch. The agreement provides opportunity for additional missions, allowing SES to rapidly and responsively launch satellites to their selected orbit on demand. Interesting. Yeah, scripted. I mean, my daily driver truck got dropped from a forklift. I had to put a new rear cross member in it in the 97 a long time ago, and it's all bolted together, and the back frame rail is kind of a little bit out, but when we bolted it back together, it brought it back true. I drive that truck around all the time. Never going to notice a difference. Funny, they bought 3 Falcon 9 launches. Interesting. The only medium-class vehicle that has methane payload fueling system is Falcon 9 on that one pad. Yeah, Yuri, that's... Why would they say medium as if we don't know what they're going to launch on? It's probably because the contract is not finalized, but it's blatantly Falcon 9. It's the only vehicle with that capability, you know? Okay. Good stuff, man. Tom probably wouldn't fly on anything other than Falcon 9. Yeah, what? How about a failed ship launch in North Korea? What is this? Oh no, it tipped over. Oh, that sucks. In Chongjin. Oh no. Anyway. What's with the blue plastic? It's, I guess they didn't want you to see it. What the hell? How did you know where that was? I googled. I googled it. I like maps. That's no secret, guys. All right. Do you want to know my thought process? All right, I'll let you know. Okay, so I googled Chongjin. All right. So look. Here's the thing. From this picture, all right, look, there's another shoreline over here, all right? There's another shoreline, we got gantry cranes, and you need a slipway. So it has to be a deep water port if you're going to have a slipway like this or a gantry crane like that. If you have a gantry crane like that, that means a big ship is able to get in here, okay? So it's a deep water port. Also, there's the map right there, but that's another story. I didn't use that. So we need something, a slipway right here, that's a deep water port with a shore that's close to the other side, diverging, okay? I looked at this picture of Chongqing. There's only two possibles. There's only two places that this could be. This one right here doesn't have converging and diverging shorelines, so it's got to be this one. So, I zoomed in on it. Where's your slipways? Boom, slipways. Readjust to the camera. Readjust to the camera shot. Done. Easy. That one was simple. That was a joke. I like GeoGuessr. I'm good at cartography. I like maps. They're building it in the hangar, then they roll it to the release platform. You can see the rails. Yeah, so a lot of people do that. A lot of ships are built like that inside. And then they roll it on the rails. They rolled it to the slipways right here to whoop, yeet it in, but yeah, that didn't work. It's because it's got the word car in it. Cartography, yeah. I mean, how'd you know? Hello? Somebody gifted Master Louis a sub. All right. I spend my free time geolocating Ukrainian Russo war footage and send it to The Hague. Oh, nice. North Korea is very interesting to look at on maps. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is. What the heck's going on over here? See, it's a nice place to live. Face the wall, please. What are all these freaking things? They have a ton of those things all over the place. I wonder what those are. So early start is fun? All right, right on. Fishing boats. Yeah. Fishing boats. Oh, okay. Yeah. Dude, it's all freaking, it's all farms. That's crazy. You can clearly see some Soviet design influence here. Yeah, it's all farmland, yet somehow there's no food. Yeah, it's strange. All right. Anyway, sorry. I could peruse Google Earth all day. I do sometimes. Have your Flight 9 plans changed since it's going on the 27th now? No. Nah. Yeah, well, if it happens, dude. Ship 35 is testing again now? It rolled back to Massey's a little bit earlier. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, let's do Starship stuff now. Here, let me bring up Starbase Live here. Let's take a look. So, balls. Yeah, they're doing more load testing on the chopsticks, clearly. That ship that sunk, Egypt, my sources say it was the second ship and the latest design from them. Part of the skids that the ship was to slide along in the water resisted the ship and twisted it slightly into the water. The hatches were open. Oh, that's awesome. So ship 35 is back at the Massey's, and the booster is back at the production site, dudes. Starship, so SpaceX got the license. They got the license for Flight 9. The mishap investigation for Flight 8 is not closed yet, but the FAA determined that you could fly Flight 9 with the mishap investigation for 8 still open. So SpaceX has the launch license and then the notice to airmen and the temporary flight restriction on the 27th. That's what it is right now. Is it going to change? Is it not going to change? Don't know. Probably. Maybe. Whose truck did those fall off of? I don't know. Interesting space. I forgot if there's music or not. Baron, that is load testing for sure. All right, what is this about? This is pulsar fusion. Sunbird's nuclear fusion rocket mission to Titan, Mars, and Psyche. Yep, let's not. I saw a Starship. I it uh So this is a nuclear tug that attaches to Starship? Does SpaceX know about this, or? I don't hate it. A nuclear tug is something that works really well in KSP. And if it works in Kerbal, it'll work well in real life, okay? I don't give a frick what anybody says. I mean, I don't hate it, but also at the same time, like, they want SpaceX to invest buy in them since SpaceX is buying companies now. Why not just make Starship nuclear propelled? Yeah, that's I don't really understand what you're trying to do here, but you'll solve the pogo problems if you don't fire the engines. They want SpaceX to invest and buy in them since SpaceX is buying companies now. SpaceX closed this rare acquisition of component manufacturer. SpaceX completed the purchase of Acoustis, a specialty RF filter firm, out of bankruptcy for $30 million. Interesting. Interesting. RF filters. That's the nuclear tug from STS. There are a lot of good reasons why keeping the reactor away from your craft when you don't need it is a good idea. Aqualex, for all the promo footage, for all the weird concepts that we see, but I'll be honest with you, that's not the dumbest. That's not the stupidest one I've seen, to be honest with you. Please watch this video. Also, Pulsar is British, mate. Oh, right. Let's see. We'll have a go here. Have a go here with Pulsar. A UK-based aerospace startup has unveiled its ambitious vision for the Sunbird nuclear fusion rocket, aiming to revolutionize interplanetary travel. Sunbird is designed to reach speeds of approximately 5,000 kilometers an hour, 329,000 lunar units, potentially having the current travel time to Mars from 7 to 8 months down to about 4 months. Okay. That's what characteristic energy transfer are you assuming that under? I'd be very curious. Like, what C3 are you using as your template for transit time? Because there's a lot of different ways to get to Mars. Functioning as an interplanetary tug, the Sunbird would attach to a spacecraft on orbit, providing a fusion-powered boost to destinations. Beyond Mars, modeling suggests that Sunbird could propel a 1,000-kilogram payload to Pluto in just 4 years, significantly reducing the current travel time by about 9.5 years. Pulsar fusion. The rocket's design includes a self-sustaining fuel supply and the capability to produce both thrust and electric power. delivering up to 2 megawatts to onboard systems. Pulsar Fusion plans to commence static tests in 2025. You sure about that? Followed by an on-orbit demonstration of core technology components in 2027, Pulsar Fusion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're just going to end every sentence with that now? Or developed over the past decade in secrecy, the 30-meter-long Sunbird is projected to cost over 70 million pounds per unit. That's really heavy. Pulsar Fusion has established significant testing facilities in Europe and has received funding from the UK Space Agency to support this groundbreaking project, Pulsar Fusion. Mandalore Jack with a 54-month resub. Sounds nice. Where can I get one, Pulsar Fusion? Keywords. Plans to. Invest now while you can. Yeah, Pulsar Fusion. How will they decelerate the ship upon the planet approaching? Turn the ship backwards. Fire the engines, Samuel. There's no brakes in space. There's just accelerating in a different direction. Your deceleration is firing the engine backwards, accelerating in a different direction. That's a really good way to actually explain that. You don't step on the brakes. You decelerate by accelerating in the opposite direction that you're going. Yeah, there is brakes. It's called lithobraking or aerobraking. That's right. So you could use perturbing forces to slow down, like slamming into the ground, lithobraking. Or you could use, if a planet has an atmosphere, you can use that, but that requires a thermal protection system. Aerobraking, like Curiosity and Perseverance. Save, save, save! Pre-order Pulsar Fusion now and get a 25% discount, Pulsar Fusion! I'm just going to end every sentence in Pulsar Fusion like they do, Pulsar Fusion. Google Map hunting time for the testing facility. Considering the engineering design power that SpaceX has shown, the other assumption on Sunbird's side of this is that SpaceX isn't already looking at or developing their own solution. I mean, Sean, like, yeah, right? I'll be 100% honest with you, homie. You know what? SpaceX already has the solution. You know what it is? It's that thing. Well, I love the ambiguously not starship. See that thing right there? Oh, I don't know what the hell that thing's supposed to be, but you get the idea. You know what? Let's just use the other video. SpaceX's solution already exists. It's what this thing attaches to. Those RVACs are too small, by the way. Actually doing a little bit of digging. It's actually got some chops. It's based in Bleckley. You know, where all the geniuses come from. But once again, dudes, this is not a bad idea. That's not a nuclear transfer stage. That's not the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. I'm not going to lie to you. Even one that's weirdly radially attached like that, I'd be very curious how you're going to transfer load. Like what your load profile looks like doing something like that. And attaching your structural attachment point is on the ship quick disconnect, which is not. That's not really usually a place that's designed to carry load, but whatever. Bleckley Park, World War II Enigma code breaking. Oh. Bletchley. Oh. Yeah, I couldn't pronounce it right, Tessa, so I had no freaking idea what you were talking about. I was like, what? Where all smart people come from? What the hell are you talking about, dude? I couldn't understand what you were saying, man. Yes, Enigma. I know that place. I just didn't sit. I was like, Bletchley? What? Belly rubs? What? Bechtelly? What are you talking about? Yeah, smart people. Of course they come from that place, sir. That's around there is like Genius Central. You know, I come from somewhat of a Genius Central myself. So is the fusion in the product title just marketing, or is the power source fusion as well? That looks like a fusion rocket, yeah. Fusion rockets are theoretically possible, man. The problem is that the power, you need power for it. Also, well, actually, no. With a fusion engine, it's not necessarily power. Okay, so there's a couple of different things that you can do with fusion in space. I mean, one of them is just generate power. So if we could theoretically figure out fusion or a higher energy output, high electrical output power source in space that's not frigging solar panels, right? You could take that one of two ways. I mean, you could take it a million different ways, but bear with me here. There's two, like, really kind of like, okay, this is what you could do, right? So one, you could generate a ton of electrical power and you could hook it up to solar electric propulsion, a Hall effect thruster. Hall effect thrusters right now are about maybe this big, about the size of a baseball, right? I mean, they come in a couple of different sizes, but therein lies where I'm going with this. Hall effect thrusters come in all different shapes and sizes. They're just not very big. Why? Because they're energy limited, because they're only powered by solar panels. Solar panels don't generate a lot of power. They can generate constant power in space for a long period of time because, you know, that sun, you know, there's no nighttime in space unless you're eclipsed by a planet, but that's another story. So electric propulsion, a Hall effect thruster, is theoretically as scale. It could scale. You could make a Hall effect thruster that has 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. You could make a Hall effect thruster have as much thrust as a Raptor engine. But it would need a lot of electrical power. That's a lot of electricity to move. If you could generate more power in space, you're not thrust limited here. And you got to remember, Hall effect thrusters have insanely good specific impulse because they take advantage of ionizing inert gases to. The resulting ionization of inert gas creates reaction mass, and you could shoot gases out the back. You shoot the ionized gas out the back. And remember what I said about rocket engines at the top of Space News. It's all about how fast you can shoot gas out the back. If you can shoot gas faster out the back of your rocket engine, it's generally a better rocket engine. Generally. The other thing is that you shouldn't speak so generally about rocket science because rocket science is not a general concept, but you get the idea. So the other way you could take it, so that electric propulsion is one way. The other way you could do it is a fusion reactor, as we understand it, generates an insane amount of plasma, right? And generally with a fusion reactor, that plasma is contained via a magnetic field, right? The magnetic field is basically in the shape of a donut, or a toroidal reactor, a torus-shaped reactor, so it's shaped like a donut. Now, if you took that donut shape and you made it into a rocket engine shape, a fusion reactor could shoot plasma out the back. And if you do that, that plasma will be very, very hot gases, remember, and going out at a very high rate of speed because fusion reactors generate a ton of plasma. Yeah, a byproduct of fusing atoms together is a lot of plasma, right? So if you basically take a fusion reactor like a tokamak or a stellarator and you shape it like a rocket engine and use the magnetic containment to basically force the plasma through a magnetic field that's shaped like a de Laval nozzle, like a convergent divergent nozzle, you could make an engine that is insane. You basically make the Epstein drives from The Expanse. Yeah, basically that. Like, we're talking Star Wars propulsion. That can be done. It can be done. We just got to figure out that pesky fusion thing. Don't worry, it's 10 years away. Oh, and the other thing that pulsar fusion has been doing is a 20 kilometers a second velocity output Hall effect thruster. So pulsar fusion seems to be working on both of these technologies. Can be done without exploding? As long as your magnetic field is good enough, Paul, sure. But your fusion reactor that you're using in your magnetic containment plasma engine, plasma rocket engine here, can also generate power. And that power being generated can create a magnetic field. Sure, it's a fusion reactor after all. I prefer your KSP Glit. You want Kraken drives? Yeah. BJ, I DM'd you what they said, what they're saying, what's under the hood. All right, Yuri, what's on your mind? Huh. Oh, that's a weird way of doing that. Sunbird packs a lot of power in a small package. The entire vehicle stands about 30 meters tall, about 100 feet long, and is powered by dual direct fusion drives. So they're using the latter option. This is what that second option, that rocket-shaped fusion reactor thing, that's what that is a way to do it. That uses minimal fuel to produce high delta V. The DDFD consists of two linear nuclear fusion engines, which burn deuterium and helium-3 to produce an anaerotic fusion reaction necessary to reach high speeds. The plasma from the Dude, they didn't even get their... Yuri, hold on a second, dude. Look. Direct drive, dual direct fusion drive. The DDFD consists of two linear nuclear fusion engines which burn deuterium. The plasma from the DFDD, is it DFDD or DDFD? The plasma from the acronym is then focused into Pulsar's exhaust diverter, which uses superconducting magnets to protect the nozzle. Your magnetic field, there's your magnetic field rocket engine, and can reach exhaust speeds of 223 kilometers per second. Sunbird is equipped with 8 of the company's Moon Ranger Hall effect thrusters to perform precise maneuvers between long-duration missions. Oh, they're doing both of those things. They're doing the first and second thing that I said, but they're using their electric propulsion for RCS. Smart. The entire rocket is encased in a high-density blend of metal composites to shield the vehicle from radiation. Actually, the fusion thing is easier than you think. Of course it is. The level of fusion efficiency to do what they're talking about is something we can already do. The thing is that it's not enough to get more electricity back out of because of 3 things. Our conversion back to electricity is too inefficient. Gravity keeps messing things up. 3, bending the reactor into a circle to prevent plasma from shooting out one end causes problems. But it's really easy, though. Reminds me of Sabre, British Vaporware. Well, they said they're going to test this soon, so I don't know. How are they going to dump the heat? Out the back of the nozzle. Spoiled. The heat comes out right there. When you're using a fusion engine, a direct drive fusion engines like this, the second way that I explained, when you're using that, heat just gets dumped out the back. Do you know where we learned that from? Do you really want to know where I learned that? I learned that reading about propulsion systems from Halo. No particular reason. But are Hall engines effective as thrusters? Sure. Got to generate enough power. If you can generate enough power, Hall effect thrusters are infinitely scalable, Derek. Just like a rocket engine could be. Yeah. That's what in Halo, dudes, that's what those are. Those are direct drive fusion. That's the guys in Halo knew their stuff. They're a bunch of nerds that made that friggin' game. Like nerds of the highest caliber. That's what makes the original Halo so good, because of stuff like that. They thought of stuff like that. The Expanse uses the same tech. Yeah, the Epstein drive. Yeah, same idea. Hey, guys, I'll say this, man. If Pulsar can, if they've figured this out, if they've figured it out and they figured out a way to do it, that would do for space flight what the steam engine did.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Finos. 98-month resub. Let me finish this thought. If that does what they say it's doing, and they've truly figured this out, that's going to do for spaceflight what the steam engine did for the Industrial Revolution. That's what that's going to do. But it's a little bit of a breakthrough tech. It's not impossible. And oh, look, who invented the steam engine again? Oh, yeah. Who invented the liquid fuel rocket engine? Be quiet. I mean, like I said, guys, that's doable. It's doable. It's just a really hard thing to solve. Wasn't it a German? The Germans? Do I need to do another spaceflight history with you guys? Liquid fuel rocket engines were not invented by von Braun. He copied an American's work, an American by the name of Robert Goddard. You know, the Goddard Space Flight Center is kind of named after him. Goddard was the first guy that made a pressure-fed liquid fuel engine. He's from Massachusetts. Hi. Von Braun copied his work. You're welcome. Yeah, that was your hint to do it. I was going to say, Hillness. I was like, really, man? Really? Who are you afraid of, EJ? It's the Germans. Jawohl. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Don't worry about it, 1,000. Don't worry about it. It's all good, man. But yeah, Goddard invented the first liquid fuel engine. Von Braun joined an amateur rocketry club in the 1930s and copied his work. But used that to make the A4, which... let's just say that upped the game a little bit. That upped the game difficulty just a little bit. Just a smidge. See your rocket engine and raise you a jet engine. See your jet engine and raise you nuclear freaking reactions. Bro, you ain't beating the Manhattan Project. Or walking on the moon. I mean, nothing is discovered in a vacuum. Or at least it's very, very rare. Explain Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, then. Did you start a new workers run? No, I haven't. I didn't get around to it today, dude. I had my in-laws come in. I had to drive into the airport to get them. Is China mining the moon? I don't think so. Anyway, but I digress. This whole thing right here, it's doable. This is not a far-fetched concept. I know that looks ridiculous and it looks like something from Star Wars, because it is, but like that's not doable. You could do this. It's just a tough problem to solve. It's a tough problem to solve in the same way a tough problem to solve is catching your 220-foot rocket booster. It's a tough problem to solve in the same way that you're going to try to bring this 60-ton brick back down from space. If you're perseverance and you have the time and money, you can solve problems. It's pretty, like, all you got to do is just be persistent. Money and proper project management, yeah. Very random question. If y'all could have gone to the moon with development in under a decade, if they for some reason were just as driven to land on the moon as doing a catch, say the S1C, could they have done it? There were other ways they were looking at Saturn V reuse erudite, but that was think about that later. The reason why, one of the biggest reasons why Apollo succeeded is because it had very, very clear, defined goals. They weren't ambiguous like the Artemis program. The Artemis program is we'll go back to the moon and we'll learn how to be on the moon to go to Mars. That's very ambiguous. That's very open-ended. What does that mean? The Apollo program had a very, 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 very clear goal. Get a person to the moon by 1970 and bring them back. Very clearly defined goals, very clearly defined deadline. That's one of the reasons why the program succeeded. Your entire milestone, all of your milestones were backfilled basically off of that primary stakeholder expectation. Get somebody to the moon by 1970. Okay, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to need a big rocket. Or do we? Do we use a lot of small rockets, or do we use one big rocket? Which way is quicker? We could save money by using a bunch of small rockets, but small rockets complicate your mission architecture. Mission architecture complicates timeline. So, despite a bigger launch vehicle being more expensive to make and a higher engineering challenge, it is the more expedient way of doing it. That's why they built the Saturn V. The Saturn V was designed with very, very clear stakeholder expectations. Time frame being one of them, right? So, since the priority was just to get people to the moon, and back, reuse doesn't matter. They had ideas about how they wanted to reuse the S1C, and I'm sure if the Apollo program had kept going, they probably would have figured them out, and it probably would have ended up costing less than the space shuttle because you matured super heavy launch vehicle technology, something that we are just now starting to figure out how to do. It would have been nice to mature that tech 50 years ago. That would have been good, because then you could start looking at reuse options. You could start looking at catching an S1C or landing one with landing legs. You could probably put landing legs on a Saturn V first stage. You'd probably get away with it. My big thing would be throttle ability on the F1 would be very, very difficult. F1s don't throttle very well. They're as solid rocket booster as your liquid fuel engine is going to get. They basically have one setting, and that's on. If you try to throttle one of those things, you're going to get really bad combustion instability. Combustion instability creates pogo, as we've learned. That's not good for it, right? Were they working on ways to make the S1C reusable? Yeah, they wanted to do a flyback booster. They basically wanted to have an S1C with a cockpit at the front and some wings, right? And have it separate and then have people fly that thing back down and land it on a runway with wings and landing gear. You would take a huge mass hit on your, on your upper stages, but hey, whatever. And folks thought a president demanding something and then dying made it a real priority. It was the 60s before we were so cynical. We gotta dream big. You gotta be bold. That's what being an American is all about. Like, it's not just us, for people that are watching this that aren't from the US. Like, anyone can be bold. We all should be like that. That's the point. You know, we gotta stop. Okay, I know I'm gonna get crucified, but we gotta stop thinking of the shareholders. Okay. And Bob, that goes back to something that I said at the beginning of Space News. America's exploration of space should not need a reason. We shouldn't need an adversarial reason to go into space. We have proven historically that that is not a smart thing to do. That's not very sustainable. But yet we have everybody here saying that that's a sustainable thing to do. It's almost like we forgot about like the repercussions of the Apollo program. Right? It's quite interesting to me that, you know, all of a sudden we need a reason. We need a reason to go into space. No, the reason should be self-evident. The reason is self-evident. Like, if we're not pushing the boundaries of human exploration and understanding, we are not fulfilling our duties as frigging Americans, man. That's not how this works. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people will disagree with me. Probably people will. But we shouldn't. The point that I'm trying to get at isn't necessarily a political point or anything. We shouldn't need a reason. You don't need a reason. We shouldn't need a reason to go explore the stars. You know? Sadly, there's nothing that motivates humanity more than rivalry. Hey, if that's the way we have to get there, that's the way we have to get there, Warhammer. But, I mean, it doesn't have to be this way. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't have to be like this. I'm from New Zealand. I like your stream a lot. I try not to beat the America drum too much, Wolf. You know what I mean? But sometimes, dude, look at me. Sometimes I got it. I'm sorry. Like, we should lead by example because we have the resources to lead by example, right? Is that a hard thing to ask for? Like, this is the kind of stuff we should have been doing for the last 50 years. This stuff and that stuff and more of that and this over here. There would be an SLS test on that monitor, but that monitor's broken. But do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, yeah. Like, there's no excuse for that. We shouldn't need a frigging reason. We shouldn't need China. Oh my God, China's gonna claim the moon. Dude. This shouldn't even be a problem. You know why? We should have a city on the frigging moon at this point. Just putting it out there. Like, there should be a city on the moon. We should have an outpost, like a research outpost on the moon. Like everybody thought we were going to have in the 1960s. We should have just done that. If history would have worked out differently, we would be demanding the same from whatever country had the stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. Sunbird's website has a 3D interactive experience where you can test fire the tug. Interesting. I'm going to be watching them, guys. America would burn the world. Corporate America would burn the world for profit if they let. Dude, it's not even about that. Like, dude, there are corporations out there that aren't like crazy evil. You know what I mean? Like, look at Chick-fil-A, look at Costco, right? Look at Waffle House. Like, those are three good examples. Look at SpaceX or Tesla. You know what I mean? Like, those are good examples. Like, you have to have the vision. If you don't have the vision, yeah, you're just another corporate freaking worm, Fluffy, right? Like, I agree. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be like this. We don't have to take this crap. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Did someone put in a ticket for the SLS monitor? Yeah, maybe. Like, and that's, guys, that's the reason why I say, like, I look at this. Some people would look at this and be like, yeah, frigging right, dude. I look at this and say, that's doable. It's doable. You could do this. You just, you're going to need a lot of time to figure this out. But it's doable. There's nothing here that breaks the laws of physics. You know? Because how freaking cool would it be to have something like that, man? That's Star Wars, baby. That's freaking Star Wars. You want, like, aircraft carriers in space? This is a good... There you go. Frick Starship, man. I want a capital ship. You know? Give me the Pillar of Autumn or something. Chick-fil-A is not the best of examples, but describing why would be Rule 8. You, the point. Woohoo! Not everything has to be political discourse, bro. You understand exactly what I mean when I was talking about that. Don't even pretend like you didn't. Being deliberately obtuse to advance politics is part of the reason why we're in this stupid freaking pickle that we are in. Okay? None of that. Don't do that. This is doable. Do we agree? This is doable. You can absolutely do this. We should be doing more stuff like this. I think everybody here could agree on that, right? Their chicken is really good, dude, for what it's worth. Like, I don't seek out Chick-fil-A all the time, but this chicken is pretty good, man. You see a good space tug. I see the Buff's next engine pod upgrade. Dude, with this thing, B-52s can fly into space, man. I think we become so jaded we don't know how to be. What's the word? Hopeful? Like that? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be this way, Fluffy. Why do you think I'm saying this? It doesn't have to be like this. You can do stuff like this. You can do this. In fact, you know what creates the best stuff? When 1,000 people say you can't do it. Like, I know it's kind of a weird example nowadays, but look at Elon. Like, okay, Elon from 20 years ago, all right? Just bear with me. Bear with me. None of that crap. Don't do it. He went to Russia, asked him for a rocket, right? He asked him for a rocket. He said that's way too expensive for a rocket. They said, what the hell do you know? Fine. We're not launching your payload. Figure it out yourself. And he said, okay. I've been around covering this stuff for a long time, dude. I remember 10, 15 years ago, everybody thought SpaceX was full of it. They thought they were full of it. No, wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. You're going to eat Boeing's lunch? Yeah, all right. Have fun with that. Well, look at where we are. Look at how many people said no. You'll never be able to mass produce an electric car. You'll never be able to do that. That's not even possible. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're not going to be able to do that without the crazy amounts of money. You're not going to be able to do that without That's what I mean, dude. Doesn't have to be this way. Now, like I said, I get it. Some people don't like Elon, and it's fair. I get it. I understand. Shh. This isn't turning into a bash Elon. If you don't like him, you don't like him. That's not the point. The point that I'm trying to say is that, that kind of mentality, like, let's just get it. Just go get it done. Let's do it. We should be striving for a better future. Like, that should be... That shouldn't even be... Like, that should just be self-evident. That's what I've been trying to say for a long time. That should be self-evident. We don't need a reason. We don't need a reason to want this to exist. We should just be pursuing stuff like this. SR-71 with plasma pulse engines? Yes, please. Oh, yeah, baby. That did age like fine wine. It did, Warhammer. Yeah. The consequences of whoever that Russian was that said, fine, go launch it yourself, are far-reaching, let's say. The consequences of that event shaped the next 20 years of spaceflight. Actually 30 at this point. Well, 25, but... How do you defend to those who don't understand? Awfully lead by example. Leading by example, man. the Blätterfly effect. Oops. Yeah, the consequences of the Russian that said that single-handedly revitalized the U.S. aerospace sector. Oops. That sucks for them, I think. Like, it's kind of... That's cool, Liam. Right on. Who said that thing about sending the astronauts to the ISS using a trampoline? That was a guy by the name of Dmitry Rogozin, who doesn't have any nuts anymore. Just saying. You could look into that more if you want. I'm not elaborating any more on that. Actually, you learned that his nut stuff was not real? Ah, that's not as fun, Yuri. Well, for us, I guess. Let's just say the guy that used to run Roscosmos, that doesn't run Roscosmos anymore. Actually, the new guy that's running Roscosmos, just on a side note, is a younger dude, and he actually seems pretty damn competent. Just on a side note, I'm just putting it out there. I think the guy that replaced Dmitry Rogozin, I think his name was Yuri Borisov, and I don't know who the younger dude is that's running it now. Borisov stepped down, and there's a new guy running Roscosmos. He's actually a younger dude, and he's a huge new space kind of guy. At least as Russian as new space as Russia can get, but just don't say it to the Russians. They would have created SpaceX. Yeah, Yuri, I don't know if you've looked into it, dude. I've looked into some of the press clippings from what that guy was saying. I'm like, huh, you're not stupid. Interesting. You know, like, yeah, he's a little more nuanced. He's a nuanced kind of guy, which is fine. Anyway, that's what I mean, guys. Like, you know, just we're getting a little sidetracked talking about marbles and stuff, or you know, balls or something, but no, that was the guy before him, Graham. Hard for me to say anything positive about space these days. Yum food. Okay. Hear me out, bro. All right. Look. Did you ever watch Dodgeball? This is going to sound really stupid, right? You ever watch Dodgeball? And this might be a little bit of a weird example. You ever watch Dodgeball? You know that scene where Vince Vaughn is talking to Lance Armstrong? And now Lance Armstrong kind of didn't... Okay. What does he say? You know, if everybody gave up when the going got tough, no one would regret anything for the rest of their life. Good luck, Peter. I hope this decision won't haunt you forever. And then he walks away. Right? I know Lance Armstrong isn't the best example, but this still holds true, right? He goes, when I got diagnosed with brain, lung, and testicular cancer all at the same time, I thought about quitting, but I didn't. I got back on the bike and won the Tour de France 7 times. With performance-enhancing drugs, but the cancer thing still, it wasn't fake. I'm just saying. Just saying. You know, Yum Food, some of the hardest times to keep the faith in this, dude, is when it gets tough. If everybody just quit when the going got tough, we wouldn't be doing stuff like what you see on the screen right now, dude. We wouldn't be doing stuff like that. We wouldn't be hanging big balls from a catch tower like that. If everybody quit when the going got tough. It's a test of your, you know, your optimism and outlook for humanity, dude. You know, like, you picking up what I'm laying down? I mean, billions of dollars helps too. Serious, I'm gonna call bull crap on that. SLS, case in point. Yeah, I'm going to call bullcrap on that one, but, you know, sure. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's not a component. You know what I mean? When the going gets tough, it's easy to just jump ship. I'm never jumping ship on space flight. Absolutely not. Dude, you think I don't know the repercussions of talking about Elon on here? Or talking about, you know, SpaceX or Tesla or anything like that? Or using all these examples? Right? You don't think I know the repercussions of that? Of course I know the repercussions of that. I'm still going to do it because it's pertinent. I don't care. Unsubscribe from the stream if you don't like it. Not you, Yum Food, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not quitting just because the going gets tough. I'm not going to not talk about these issues just because it's not, you know, oh, we don't want to talk about that guy. Frick that, dude. Spaceflight's too important. It's too important, man. It's too important. Screw that, dude. But how about jumping on a spaceship? I wouldn't want to jump ship on a spaceship, thousands, unless I had an EVA suit. In which case, maybe. Do you think after Pad B is operational, they will redo Pad A to match? No, I think they'll just modify the pad as best as they can, dude. And just roll with it. Similar to how Vandenberg had slow upgrades over time, but it's still the original Strongback from 2013.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, you get to the sub to rounding error. Thanks, man. Tangent, we should probably get back on developing Moose. I'm in, dude. Let's do it. You know, it's so easy to be cynical nowadays, dude. And I'm not above this myself, guys. But maybe it was a good idea having this conversation. You know? I'm sick of just feeling bad about this all the time. The hell with that, dude. We got a solar system to explore. You know? Frick that, dude. Everybody quit when the going got tough. You know, that's what separates the winners, people that do stuff like this, people that, you know, do stuff like the freaking Manhattan Project or putting people on the moon, you know, 50 to 60 years ago, depending on when you think the Apollo program started, right? That's what separates the winners from the losers. You know, it's like that quote from The Rock, "Your best. Losers go home and whine about their best. Winners go home and get the prom queen." You know, like, yeah, stuff's tough, dude. Stuff's tough. So what? So what? Oh, venting. So freaking what? Let's go. We got planets to explore. Don't keep your eyes on the prize, man. These guys are winners, Chip. Winners get to do what they want. You know, like, how do you get the prom queen at home? You know what? If you're watching with your kids, cover their ears for a second. I'll give you 10 seconds. Just cover their ears until I give a double thumbs up or something, okay? The actual quote is, "Losers go home and whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen." Hey, man, I know it's from a cheesy Michael Bay flick, but that's pretty damn good advice. Carla was the prom queen. My ears! What are your thoughts on the naming convention of boosters? 14-1 or 14-2? I really want it to be 14-1. I don't know, man. I mean, I think it should be -1 because it hasn't flown the second flight yet. Have the number after it's flown. You know, do you like the Elton John song Rocket Man? I don't like soft stuff. Oh, that's okay. You're the Rocket Man. Beep. You know? That's all, dude. It's like, yo, yeah, times are tough. The going gets tough. So fucking what? So fucking what? We got planets to explore. We don't have time for that crap. It doesn't have to be that way. Not everything needs to be a cynical, think of the shareholders bullshit. Doesn't need to be like that. Sorry, I swore a couple more times. I'll time myself out. It doesn't need to be that way, dudes. Think about that the next time you're going on your doom scrolling. It doesn't need to be this way, man. It doesn't need to be like this. You do this. Do this. You know, like. I'll time myself out. Okay. I highly prefer having more homeworlds than just one.
This
Yeah,
is Space. I'm in
Lovey!
space.
Thank you. And then a tiny EJ on your shoulder for motivation. Dude, you know, Cheeseburger, like, I'm hesitant to bring it up, dude, because... But also at the same time, dude, it's permeating me. Like, look at how cynical I've gotten with, like, even games like Roadcraft and stuff. That's not how I roll. But also at the same time, you know, like... Kerbal 2 kind of screwed with my head a little bit. But, you know, like... It just, dude, I'm not above it either. Yeah, everything is just so damn cynical. Jesus Christ. Doesn't have to be like this, bro. We're all stressing ourselves out to no end, dude. I still say we have a payload issue. They need to send Mark II up without the payload. Maybe. Think I'm a little overloaded? Let me see, Tessa. No, it's good. You're fine. Yeah, I know, G, right? Yeah, what does that mean? These times are hard. Like I said, man. I mean, Kennedy said in his speech challenging the country, the Rice speech. Have you guys ever listened to that whole speech? It's pretty friggin' good. And I'm not one here to sit here and be like, this politician's speech, you know? Like, I'm not trying to do that, but his speech rang pretty damn true. You know, part of what he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, is that, look, everything that's hard to do is every crazy milestone or something that is difficult to do is usually worth doing. Okay? But if you're going to do this hard task, you're going to need to be persistent. You have to keep going. It's not for people that just rest on their laurels. You have to be willing to push the frontier. And if you push the frontier, these hard challenges, despite being very difficult to do, not only are they worth doing, but the fruits of that labor is good. The benefits are going to be insurmountable. Dude, the guy predicted that about the Apollo program in '63. I mean, he wasn't around to see the fruits of that labor, but dude, the Apollo program basically spawned the entire tech industry in the United States. The miniaturization of digital processing, putting a digital flight computer onto a rocket, miniaturized electronic and digital and computing. It miniaturized it. And got it to the point where that miniaturization could be put inside of a box the size of a basketball and put in every home in the United States. He was right. He's absolutely correct. He did, dude. How that guy had the foresight about how that was going to go down if we got people to the moon before 1970 is absurd. It's absurd how accurate he was. Like, it's weird. Go listen to that speech, man. You don't do it because it's easy. Because you do it because it is hard. Not trying to get into Rule 8, but if you notice, the younger politician, the more they're willing to push for the future. Yeah, well, yeah, spoiled. Yeah, there you go. Sure. And then did the other things. The other things is talking about making stuff like this. Or making stuff like this. I mean, kind of. Any updates on the Burning Raptor test stand? Nothing, Warhammer. No, nothing. I've heard nothing. I sent you an email. Thanks in advance. I'm only one man. I wish I could share it all. What? What are you sending me, boy? Yeah, everybody's heard that we do this not because it's easy, but because it is hard, right? Like, everybody's heard that. I don't know what email you're talking about, dude, but all right. We need more people like JFK these days. Well, I grew up in the next town over. Does that help from where JFK was from? I'm watching the tank farm here, T-Man. Yeah, I'm looking. My suspicion on the test stand is that they beat the crap out of it for pogo testing. Probably. You don't do it because it's easy. You know. What did Kennedy say? I think he said like William Bradford speaking in 1640 on the founding of the Plymouth Bay colony said that all difficult actions are overcome with admirable courage. Hey, hard things are hard to solve. The only way you're going to do it is to get through it. And you don't do that by being cynical. That's right. That's right. He's correct. I'm sorry. Like, dude, that was 1963. That speech still rings true to this day. Send an email to what YouTube gave me. If no go, that's okay. Just a fellow human trying to keep going forward. As long as I become president someday. I would not be a good president, Cheeseburger. You know why? People would be like, well, what are we going to do about the military budget deficits? I'd be like, space. Sorry. They'd be like, well, but what about this thing with this program that's... Space. Space! Be like, oh, you know. Yeah, 1962, that speech. The Rice speech was 62. You're right. I'm wrong. But you get the idea. It'd be like that Chappelle Show sketch. Talk about the United States of space. Because I'm not stopping at the moon. Write this down. M-A-R-S. Mars, chat. Red rocks. You know, like, it'd be like that. It wouldn't be good, man. If it's worth doing, it's easy. Someone's already done it. Out of all that's left, it's worth doing. It probably won't be easy. Bingo. You think this is easy to do? Think that's easy to do? Think this is easy to do? Anything that you see on the screen, you think that's easy to do? Hell no, man. I want to go to the moon. I want cocoa. I gotta go poopy. You can go poopy on the moon. And then we can use it to grow plants. I saw that in a movie once. I posted JFK's quote above. What do you got, Dean? Choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Well, everybody's heard that excerpt, Dean, but if you listen to that whole speech, President Kennedy talks about how, like, difficulty, like stuff that's difficult to do is going to be difficult to do. But you should do it. Like, everything that's difficult is usually worth doing. Dude, that speech is so damn good. And I'm not just sitting here trying to be like, hey, go jerk off Kennedy's, chain here. Look at this. The guy from Massachusetts likes President Kennedy. Didn't see that one coming. Like, yes, I chose those words. I'm living with it, okay? It's a good speech. I'm sorry. It's a good speech, and it's I think it rings true, and it's pertinent to this day. Now, Long March 5. Safe to assume Flight 9 is going to be delayed. I don't know, Trey. I would say wait until Sunday. If by Sunday you don't see a rocket moving to the pad, yeah, probably. CRA passed. California's CARB executive orders are about to be gone. Long tube header market is about to explode. That's awesome, Doom. Hell yeah. Some of the shift to leave with this. Try to guess what company this is. I don't know. I've been studying Nietzsche recently. And I think about this quote often. Yeah, Nietzsche's a little too cynical for my taste. Yeah, that's the other one, Limprod. The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. We need to be a part of it. We need to lead it. For the eyes of the world, now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. I'm low-key raging at Mustang 5.0s for having such awesome motors. Already been delayed according to the notice to mariners. It will happen when it happens. Yep. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get too motivational, but I think you lot needed it. We've been very cynical in here lately. I'm sick of it. Interesting link, Hellfish. Hey, Alter Nice, what's going on? He's not cynical, he's just accurately predicted the consequences of the downfall of Christianity in the West. Yeah, well, I think, as to be very candid with you, I think the new Pope might be curbing that a little bit. Just saying. Cynicism is a result of the current conditions. You know what, Elfish? Yeah, you're right. It's a result of current conditions. And fucking do something about it, alright? There it is. I gotta time myself out again. Give me $1 billion and a rubber banana. Make $1 billion, dude. Nice, Yuri. I like it. Looks great. Choosing to not be so cynical is doing something. There you go. You don't need to go out and be some crazy protester or activist. Just choosing to have a good mentality about things is a great start, Bob. That's right. You think cynicism got SpaceX where they are? You think cynicism got people to the moon? Hell no. Not a chance, bro. And I know you know this. I'm just saying it for in case somebody needs to hear it. Just say Smith. None of this freaking matters. You just need a small $15 million loan to do so. You'll foot that, yeah? I'm just being pissy that you're connecting rods, Moan. Yeah, we're all talking about motivation. Doom's here talking about connecting rods. Be like Doom. The Weenie 500. Oh boy. Motivation. That's right. I'm serious. I know some people out there doom scroll. I know you doom scroll. I know some people do it while they have me on in the background. I will not be part of your doom scrolling shenaniganry, okay? When you're doom scrolling next time, think about this fucking conversation. Think about it. Yeah, I swore again to get your attention. Think about this. I'm serious. Do it. Do it. I'll time myself out again. I choose to be cynical about your cynicism. Yes. Yes. Do that. Do more of that. I feel very called out right now. So much that I had to look up and type in chat for the first time today. Stop it. Stop it. Social media is polluting your brain. Stop it. Stop it. Can we do that if EJ plays Doom? Maybe. Maybe. We've entered the space and timeout review. There you go, Jermaine. You know what else is polluting your brain? The cornet fumes. I mean, you're not wrong, but that doesn't create cynicism. If anything, it creates happy-go-lucky, EJ. Huh, lead paint. Yummy, you know. Isn't Twitch like the definition of social media? I wouldn't call this social media. This is long-form content creation. Differences. Is doom scrolling what they call it now? I just call it channel surfing. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, rarest. I just want, yeah, SpaceX needs a W right now, and they'll get it. You know why they'll get it? Because they didn't pack up shop after Flight 8. Keep swearing, I approve. Something! Your hatred of nice wheels makes me cynical. It's all your fault. Hey, there's nothing wrong with some nice steelies. Okay. It's a pretty good idea what Booster 3 Super Heavy will look like, and someone made a Kerbal model. Neat. Cool. How does Brimo deal with all this energy? She leaves me alone in the garage. She leaves me alone in the garage, dude. How does she deal with the energy? I lock myself in the garage for 10 hours a day. That's how she deals with it. By the time I get home, I'm tired, you know? I left to my own devices. Yeah, you guys have to deal with it. Yeah, pretty much, silly. I mean, it's not wrong. That's what's called a self-solving problem. That's right. Send highly passionate, energetic husband to garage to go make money while you get peace and quiet. It's a win-win. I love your energy, man. It gives you a good laugh. Good. Dude, I don't know. We haven't talked about this stuff in a little while. EJ, what do you use for 3D modeling? Maya? I use Maya. The Flight 1 was an anomaly separate from the EJ jinx. Oh, God. Choose to deal with the EJ energy. Flight 1 was a lot of things. I knew Flight 1 had a problem when I saw the HPU fly off the side about 30 seconds into flight. I'm like, well, that's gone. Yeah, you probably needed that. The in-laws are here right now, Bob. Yep. Basically, she's a gorilla tamer. Big dude. Dude, you need real CAD. We need real part design. Maybe I'll swap out my Maya subscription for a Fusion 360 subscription. I recently continued to learn Blender, of course, and I sent what I modeled. See, Yuri. Oh. Yes. Dude, you started with coffee cups. Dude, that's where you should start. Anybody that wants to get into 3D modeling, model a coffee mug. Seriously, that's like if you're getting into 3D printing, you 3D print Bodhi. Right? You 3D print the little boat, the little tugboat. You want to get into 3D modeling? Model a coffee mug. That's what I was taught in school. FreeCAD is a completely free commercial license. I sent you the info a couple weeks ago. Yeah, but FreeCAD sucks. Did you just call Benchy a Bodhi? I don't freaking know, dude. Bodhi McBoatface. Benchy McBenchface. Start with Starship. Yeah. Just model a tube. You're good. Start some rocketry in the shed, please. We need EJ and rocketry. You would be unstoppable. You know how to weld. Know how to weld is very subjective at this point after my performance from the stream the other day, but I'll get better at it. Really, Clavic? Oh. One of my first detailed models was the shuttle. The shuttle is a lot more complicated of a shape than anybody gives it credit for. It does not look like it's that complicated, and then you start noticing all the little compound edges that are on that thing to direct hypersonic flow, and you're like, wow, someone really thought this out. This is a really complicated piece of equipment. Your first rocket might have an anomaly. Of course. Failing is part of the process, dude. If it blows up on the pad, I'll probably just laugh. That sucks. Oh well. Make another one. Graham, I'm modest about it, but I have like 20,000 hours in KSP or something, dude. And I'm not trying to say that to brag. I have been traumatized by the freaking Kraken. Failure does not deter me. Failure does not deter me, dude. You were merely adopted into the Kraken. I was born into it. Molded by it. It blows up, it blows up. Make another one. It's like that scene in The Sandlot where Benny has the dream where he's talking to Babe Ruth. I can't go over there. There's some crazy mutant gorilla dog thing. So, hop over and get it. What? I can't. There's a gorilla dog thing. What kind? What kind of gorilla dog thing? What are you talking about? Just hop over the fence and get the ball. Not enough, Elvis. Nice. Somehow we need to get you a decent lathe. It's coming. Don't worry. Like sometimes, like, dude, you know, it's kind of strange. Like when I first started getting into rockets, you know, you're at the peak of Dunning-Kruger, right? You're at the peak of Dunning-Kruger, but you're like, why don't they just make Starship have this? Why don't you just do this? This is so much easier. Why don't you just make a fully reusable rocket? Like, do it. Just do it. Right? And then, you know, when you learn more about rockets, you get into the valley of despair and you're like, that's really frigging hard to do. I don't know if we should do that. And then, you know, as you learn more, you get out of the valley of despair and you just kind of return to just do it. All right, just go friggin' make it, man. I didn't pull the trigger on the lathe, no, but soon we could. It's like the bell curve that's like, just do it. No, well, the technical capabilities. No, just no. The other end of the bell curve. Just do it. I've learned to avoid all sentences with "why don't they just?" Yeah, exactly, right. That's a huge telltale sign of somebody who has no idea what they're talking about, Aqualex. Whether the next statement is, well, why don't they just do this? That seems a lot easier. Or, why don't they just do this? I don't understand. Those are two different things, right? Like, I did see a mini lathe at Harbor Freight for short money, but it's probably junk, dude. Why don't we take Bikini Bottom and put it over there? There you go. Yes, Doom, you should. How hard can it be? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if I was going to get a lathe, I'd go find a Bridgeport, dude. My dad, like I said, my dad's a machinist. He'll find them. He goes into every different type of machine shop in the entire Northeast. We can find one for short money. I want to eventually add a machine shop. I want a lathe, I want a mill, and I want to learn how to operate them. And get this, people ain't going to like this. I want to learn how to operate them by hand. There, I said it. And I don't give a frick who disagrees with that. I can teach you both. My dad who is like 40 years experience in machining, I'd prefer to learn from him, S. Don't take that the wrong way. Maybe, Bob. Interesting, Clouded. Jeff Housted posted it about Jared a few hours ago. Confirmation is set for the first week of June. All right. Yeah, no, can't see me. I know that Bridgeport is a brand. I want Bridgeport. Bridgeport tools are the best. Yeah, Ernock, there you go. You know what they say in aviation, don't ask the autopilot to do something you can't.
Discovery,
Yeah, there you
no
go.
throttle up.
There we go. Barrelicious, 89 months. Wee doggy. I want Bridgeport. That's the brand that I like for machining. I've seen Bridgeport. I've seen Bridgeports do work. Ship 35 is frosty. Hunter, hold up. Hold up. What? Hold on. What in the hell's going on up in here? Space noobs go all good? Yeah, Cone Man. Yeah. You're frosty. I'm always, dude. That was the whole premise of the conversation. No. I'm not talking about these being frosty. I'm talking about the cylindrical pointy thing being frosty. I walked into that one. I'm talking about the ship. Whatever. It's out on the internet. I can't take that back. Yeah, Pace, they're mint, dude. Bridgeport's built friggin' right, man. Yeah, ignore the balls. What? Pay attention to the shaft-looking thing. Posted in Discord. What channel? Vast uses Bridgeports. They do, Rarest. We saw them in their video. Looks like a long, smooth shaft equipped with 2 balls. That looks just like a one-eyed monster. Is this what you're... Yum Food, this what you're working on, homie? Bruh. 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 It's pretty good, man. Hey, how big is this? How tall is this damn thing? I didn't ask how long it was, Pace. I asked how tall it was. I was very careful with my words, unlike talking about the balls. The balls before. It's 6 feet tall with computer. About 6 feet tall with computer, screen smoke, and engines move. Frick you. No, they don't.
Discovery,
6 feet tall? Okay. Upscaled shuttle footage. Ooh, very nice. That's cool, Mycon. Me and a few NASA engineers are working on it. Can't hear you now, EJ. Big Balls is playing at 130 decibels. Hold on. I got you. You don't need to do that. Here, just shut that off for a second. All right. We have to celebrate. We have to celebrate what's going on here. I'm ever class, high society. God's gift to ballroom notoriety. That I always fill my ballrooms, the event is never small. The social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. Okay, that's enough. You're not gonna get that on any other space news show, are you? I've got big balls. I've got big balls. Look what you did to chat. Sorry. Oh, Newmark, give me a break, dude. NSF Live? Huh? Oh, really? Huh. It's better when you're drunk, yeah. Where would you guys be if you didn't have the great Aussie rock and roll music? It's gonna be a jailbreak. It's gonna be a jailbreak. Let me out of here. That's an old one, but it's a good song. Play the tuning song. My goodness. It's in tune, dude. I just tuned it. It's close. That's close enough, dude. But he made it out with a bullet in his back. Play the MXC guitar ski. I don't know, dude. I don't know how to play that. Right, you are, Ken. Look at all the big balls there. You just went 130 decibels in Nevada, buddy. Great for you. There's an 86 5-speed IROC Z28 with T-tops that just went on sale down the road. How much, dude? Play some EVH? You actually have a pretty good voice. I love Bon Scott, man. I love pre-Brian Johnson AC/DC. Not to say that Brian Johnson is bad. Bon Scott was a madman, dude. Okay, stop. Party till he puked for sure. Freaking legend, dude. Play the Diva song on guitar. I can't play that on guitar, bro. Hang on, let's see if I remember how to do this. That's your in-flight entertainment, dude. They're tanking Ship 35, dude. Something's going on at Massey's. Any more space news, please? This might not be space news for you, but this is news for us, dickhole. I mean 81 month reset. I mean, thank you. There will be rock. That's right. You damn dill hole. Sorry, you're just having a little too much fun. You're welcome. Now say hello to your mother for me. Yeah, say hello to your mother for me, okay? Play hot for teacher. I'm not that good, man. I'm no Eddie, dude. No tres comas tonight. Just fire it up, man. For those about to ride. Yeah, there you go. You should make a Starship song, then sing it on the Flame Trench tomorrow. Dude, I'm no musician, man. Oh, I've been around all stream. I've heard. Yeah. 4th gen T-tops are far superior. Yeah, but 4th gens are stupid. You forgot about that part, dude. All right, Tenet, you have a big one here. Let's suppose you have a very efficient fuel, like infinite fuel. What is the best trajectory to go to Mars? A straight line, dude. We did this in KSP, Tenet. Straight line. I did this in KSP with Kraken drives, man. Kraken drives give you infinite fuel. I accelerated like a 400-ton vessel to like 300,000 meters a second and flipped it and burned it and got to Duna in real time in one stream. Yeah. Got a Firewalk WS6. Yeah, it'll never be as cool as an IROC, dude, despite being faster. Anyway. Straight line with orbital drift taken into account. Yeah, I mean, you always got to take into account that the planet's moving. You're shooting at a moving target, so you have to proverbially lead the target. But yeah, straight line, man. Just go straight. If you have enough delta V, just go straight. Van Halen must be represented. I do love Van Halen. Have you actually heard the mayonnaise on the escalator meme? I've never seen that, Yuri. Can you make your guitar sound like a whale? Yes? Van Halen, not Van Hagar. I like it. I like either one. Kickstart to hard. I don't know how to play it. Interesting question for the garage streams once you're done with the current project. Would we be open to doing a rebuild of a K car from Japan? Yeah. Ryan, finding the parts for it would be hard to do, but I would love one. I love K cars. Actually, I don't really like K cars. I like K trucks. K trucks are sick. Love those things. What about slower? Rocket Barb. Slower, Barb. Slower. Spaceball 1. He's gone to plat. That's basically... Yeah, Nova, you remember. That's basically what we did. Ooh. King, that's pretty good, man. I don't hate that. But for whatever you might put into an IROC Camaro, you could put into a C5. Yeah, but it's not an IROC Camaro. It's on. Are you within 130 decibel range? I don't think so, man. Drop an LS motor in a K car. Yeah. You mean with slow reentry, no plasma, no problem, like the Red Bull guy? Well, Tan, okay, so what you're describing is what's called the brachistochrone trajectory. So, okay, you have unlimited fuel. Say we have a space shuttle. Well, maybe not a space shuttle is a good example. Say we had a Starship, right? Because Starship's designed to go that far. Say the Starship in low Earth orbit, and you had a million-second specific impulse motor, which is like actually impossible, but just bear with me. A million-second specific impulse, like a gallon of fuel could get you to Mars, right? So say you had that, okay? You would basically accelerate right at Mars, and then when you're halfway between Earth and Mars, you would turn around and start decelerating. So by the time you stop decelerating, so you do a 300,000 meters a second delta V, or 300 kilometers a second delta V burn, right? However long that takes. Say that takes 4 or 5 hours, all right? You get to 300,000 meters a second. You're getting to Mars really quick. You have to find a way to stop. So when you're halfway, you flip and you decelerate. You decelerate the rest of the way until you decelerate to the correct velocity to get captured by Mars's gravity. That's called the brachistochrone trajectory. It's definitely a thing. Like, I don't think we've ever done it in space in real life, but it's a thing. That's how you do it. You basically go in a straight line. The Expanse style. The Expanse does that, exactly. Yep. Now Newton is happy. Yes. Third request for you to play 46 and 2. I don't know how to play that, man. Too much distortion to play that song. Dude, if you learned 46 and 2, I don't know. Brachistochrone trajectory. Yeah. Kurlani spelled it out in chat. Hang on. Let me see if I can remember how to play Saxon? Anybody? No? Alright, cool. I can hear your stream machine telling me just what I mean. 'Cause I'm a motorcycle man. We're already at 9 o'clock all systems. I don't know. Let's see what happens with ship 35. Smoke on the water. Yeah. It's really funny. Every time a motorcycle passes me, I can't help but sing Motorcycle Man. Yeah. You sneakily wasted time, so no games. We on to your sus ways. Bro, this has been a weird day, dude. I did 4 hours. I had 4 hours of seat time in traffic today, man. I'm good. I'm fine with just jamming here and watching Ship 35s. Watching Ship 35, excuse me. Just got back. We're boss man. Don't worry about it. Can't do it. Hold on. Yeah.
No throttle up.
My hands protest too. Yeah, it happens, dude. DMZA for being too clean. That's why I drive the guitar with distortion, man. So nobody will ever claim it. Hey, Ship 35 looks like my hat. Ah, my hat! Ah, my hat! Ah, my hat! Stufa Man, what's up? Been a while. Didn't sub, but since you scratched the guitar on top of everything you do already, here's my free Prime. Make Besnos Pang Gang if you have Twitch Prime. Jack is never living that one down. There's a lot of things that Jack is not living down, but you know, whatever. Ah, my hat! Ah, my hat! No, but they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Ah, my hat! Ah, my hat! I forgot I did that, dude. I forgot about that, man. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was really funny, dude. I thought that was good, man. The My Hat song by Space Pope is fantastic. Yeah, see, that's Jack's mistake. He gets embarrassed on the internet. I don't. Clayton, you bought a 2014 Toyota Camry. You did see a Toyota Camry 2025 Camry for $34,900. What did you get your 2014 for, and how many miles does it have on it? Can you make a song with a guitar dedicated to Mr. Yak? I don't know. Bagel, 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 bagel. That's so good, dude. To be fair, to have your hairline out to the world, that takes bravery. What? Because other people don't have their hair falling out and are going bald? I don't give a frick, dude. I don't care. I don't care. My hair's falling out. Who gives a frick? Whatever. It's just hair. I wear a hat anyway. Just say Smith. None of this matters. No. Why can't my fingers do that? Hold on. that song, Graham? That's called Bring It On Home by Led Zeppelin. Hang on. It goes. No. Can you do Immigrant Song? I forget how to play that, man. I'm Gazorp Resort Mother Frickin' Field. I don't give a frick. Get in the kitchen and make me some frickin' lasagna, John. I'm Gazorp Resort Frickin' Field. I've had super thin hair since I was a baby. I never realized I was a hat guy until you. I look much better in a hat and confident. Nick Tide, I mean, cheers, man, but I don't care. I can stream like this. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I stream like this on the automotive stream. I don't care. Like, that's the thing. I don't care. Like, dude, I've always said if it gets too far out of line, I might do something about it, but I don't care. I don't care. What are you gonna do? Give me shit? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna make fun of me? You do that anyway. What was that? No, I refuse to do the Joe Rogan. I'm not doing that. Jack already does that. I don't want to steal his thunder. Did the camera just say? You got it for $12.5 with 100,000 miles on it? Yeah, that's all right, I guess. What's the rocket doing, Bree? They're tanking Ship 35. I'm trying to see. They filled it up with LOX, and now the methane tank is full. We got a frost line on that methane tank. Also, Bree, balls. I just want you to sit back and look. We got 3 shafts and some balls over there. Yeah, very informative space news from EJ. Fuel is in fact stored in the balls. You're right. You're right, it is. Making the in-laws proud. Hi, in-laws. How does this bode for Tuesday? I don't know. I'm kind of waiting to see the fruits of this test, which is why I'm still doing space news and also jamming. In-laws are asleep. Oh, all right, cool. Hey, Bree, look. Balls. The flaps have been moving, Random Bozo? Hell yeah. Okay, I got it. More reverb? Nah. can't do the bridge that's there. My fingers aren't doing it. How long have I been playing guitar? I got my first guitar in 2006. I didn't really start taking it pretty seriously, Jesse, until probably 2017, 2018. The reason why is because Twitch was cracking down on like VOD muting content and DMCA muting content. So I figure it'd be pertinent to probably get the guitar and play, you know, so your stuff never gonna get claimed. Here we could go. You can do that, and you don't have to worry about it. It's not a big deal. So what I did, basically from like 2017, probably through the pandemic, I used to start every stream with trying to learn something about the guitar. And that's how I mean, I'm not great. I ain't the best, dude. But you know, whatever. What's up, Bree? I call it 2 minutes to go for sure. You play Teenage Dirtbag? No. You and chat should watch the Insta I just sent you. This man has 30 hours every day, for real. I don't get it. He's got his own time dilation. Nick thought I never stop. I never shut off, dude. Your wife is noticing me. I mean, hi. What? How do you play Godzilla? It's a play the Instagram. What Instagram? What who's Instagram? I don't Instaface, dude. I got Gamecast. Now what? I can't afford it. Your phone. He picks up a bus and he throws it back down as he waits through the building toward the center of town. Kind of scuffed that last note. What is this?
Did you hear about the most insane letter of the alphabet? Yeah, D's nuts. Did you hear about the most insane letter of the alphabet?
Did my wife just send that to me? What the hell just happened? Did I just get laid? What's going on? Yeah, guys, I'm thinking Static Fire's happening, dude. I'm gonna turn it up! Original Doom main theme? I don't know it, Yuri. I'd have to learn it. F sharp B, C sharp G, A, E flat, E, A. F. Okay. Okay, so that's F. B, so B is up here. Okay. So it's C sharp. So G. Can you move to the sack side? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you want me under the balls, don't you? They gotta be playing. They gotta be playing bar chords, so it's. They might even be playing down 1/2 step. Oh no! There goes Tokyo! Go, go, Godzilla! Something like that. That's the scale that he plays. It's somewhere over there. Do some Black Sabbath. That's close. Maybe it's A. No. No, down. Okay. That's it. I'm having trouble trying to sleep. Yeah, there you go. Dude, it feels great, Steve. Look. Oh yeah. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields the bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning the brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. I unplugged the guitar. I was jamming, man. Sorry. We're gonna get a static fire, and I'm getting fired up for it. You was singing? All right, that's good, man. Sorry, I was having too much fun. Sorry, Charlie Murphy, it was an accident. I was having too much fun. It's depressing? Man, that's depressing. Yeah, it is. I see it. We got a depress event. Did it spin? Sorry, I was jamming. Are those camels at Starbase? Yeah? Maybe? I don't think we saw a static fire. Do I play for my wife? If Primo wants to hear it, but yeah, that's... I don't know. I mean, guys, that's the other thing. I do practice every day for a little bit. Not every day. It's like 1 to 2 times a week. I have another guitar in my house that I go and play. Depressed vent? Yeah, that's my usual Thursday night. Play Brain Stew. The guitar isn't tuned for it, but we can fudge it. I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep but running out. As time ticks by, still I try. No tank watching in my mind. On my own, here we go. Starship's flapping its wings. It's looking to do a test, but it seems the test scrubbed. Now they're tanking the ship. On my own, here we go. Sorry, I was just calling it how I see it. There's also balls in the shot. Yeah, of course, Elman. You'd have to turn the distortion on. Same chord progression. Hey, turn off the vacuum cleaner, man. Yeah, maybe, Yuri. I don't know. Seven Nation Army. I don't have Seven Nation Army, but I do this. No, that's not it. There it is. Feel like that scene in Jurassic Park where the T-Rex is coming, but it's just thunder? Damn, that's a lot of thunder. Can you guys hear that? Wicked Garden next? Okay, hold on. What's with the giant balls hovering over the test stand? Why? You like it? Serious? You getting jealous or something? Okay, all right, seriously, they're load simulators. They're load simulators that are testing strain on the chopsticks. What those are water bags. So see all the hoses that are coming from? See all the little see all the little ball hairs that are coming from the bottom? Those are all water hoses. So they lift up the bags empty, and then they fill them up with water, and that gets them a dynamic load strain on the chopsticks, or just hairy balls. It doesn't look like they detanked. It looked like we got a depress vent, though, dude. Clip the improv? Oh, thank God. You popped one of the sacks, too. Oh God. Ball strain. Sounds painful. Testicular torsion. It's a thing. Look it up. Not the right chord, idiot. Wrong key, idiot. Getting my dirty in early tonight. I found a way to make AI-generated brain rot math. That is the most Zoomer thing I've ever heard anybody say in the history of Zoomers. Graham. Gen Alpha, not Zoomer. I think he's the same age as you. Okay. So Billy Joel. I don't play. We only do 80s Joel. Okay. Hey, the high bay's open. You're 27. Okay, he's not the same age as you. But you know what? Just because I'm an old fart serious, I'm just gonna rope you guys in together. Sucks. Def Leppard. The guitar is in tune for it, Chevelle, but I can play Def Leppard. Oh, nice, Jermaine. There you go. Chat, old fart, wisdom, +3. What's different about this ship? Did they address the low pressure issue and fire in the engine section? All systems. I don't know, which is why I'm just sitting here playing the guitar. Phil Caddis in chat just like a second ago said, I don't even know what's going on with Ship 35 anymore. No, we're so off the beaten path of like even Ship 34's testing regime here. I'm just waiting and seeing, dude. I'm waiting and seeing because you could say I'm a little paranoid about this. Well, Ship 34 thought it was good until it wasn't. Exactly, Kat. Yeah, there you go. NSF caught a spin prime just now, Fish? Oh, nice, T-Money. There you go. Any Queens of the Stone Age? Don't know. Like 10 minutes ago, they had to pull the replay to make sure. So they spin primed it? Interesting. Supposed spin prime at 8:23. I see nothing though. I mean, guys, I was playing, but I was watching. I saw the depress vent. I didn't see much else, dude. I don't know. We'll see. I bet NSF didn't have their balls hanging above their heads. Yeah. You know how many? You know how much testicular fortitude you have to put yourself on the internet with balls over your head? Just saying. Jeez, that thunder is nuts. Got a request for GNR from Tally. Oh. I don't know how to play any Guns N' Roses. I'm sorry. I'm not. Slash is too good. I could learn though. Try Paradise City. I don't know if learning on stream is the right move, but. Spin prime, for people that don't know, is them turning on the engines without ignition. Yeah, it's basically just cranking it over. GCFCG times 2. So it's G, C, F, C, why you stop, keep going with Thunderstruck. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Yep. G sharp, A minor, G sharp, A minor, G, D flat, D. Two Cellos is also a banger, yep. I know about Two Cellos, Thunderstruck. I've seen that, man. It's pretty good. Those guys can roll. It's pretty good. So if Spin Prime tonight, Static Fire tomorrow. If NSF is right, and they usually are, Fluffy, if they're right, that means that they're probably going to, like, maybe a Static Fire tomorrow. Could be Static Fire tonight, dude. Did you see them depressing locks from this damn thing? Can you play the MSC theme? just flickered. Ooh, power just flickered. Not great, Bob. Oh, buddy, I know it's early, but 3 a.m. will catch up to me faster than I want. Okay. Yep. This storm's getting pretty bad, dudes. If this is what you're doing tonight, you have enough time to look up the guitar chords for the Divas song. Do you have a generator? No, everything's on uninterrupted power supplies, dude, and battery backups, but... yeah. We should probably stop. Alright. I could jam all night, dude, and believe me, we can. My garage, remember, my garage is in the woods. We jam all night. Maybe on Friday, dude. Maybe. Did it stop when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no! Germans? Not now, man. He's on a roll. That would be real thunderstruck. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you want. The power just flickered. The storm's getting pretty bad, dude. So, guys, I'm going to pop off for now. I'm sorry we didn't get to play Workers today. I wanted to. But yeah, just real life didn't the Ship 35 and stuff didn't really happen. Don't worry. So I don't know. I think tomorrow we need to get out and finish the welding job for the car. So I'm probably going to get up a little bit earlier tomorrow and get out here and finish that frame rail that we were working on. And then flame trench, and then I'm not sure about racing. Because of real life events, so yeah, don't plan for racing, okay? Let's watch that shuttle video before you go. Dude, my wireless headset is staticking. Okay, when I hear thunder and this thing goes, it starts clicking like static electricity, like there's EMF in the area. That's probably a good tip to probably power down your equipment. Yeah. Let me see this footage though. Oh, Mycon, this is fantastic. That's Columbia rolling out of Palmdale. So this would have been 78 or late 78, early 79, something like that. Bro, look at the steel. Oh. Oh. Bro, look at that GT. Oh, the GT though. That's sick. Do you see that? That freaking BMX bike is money. Impromptu jam session was enjoyable. It inspired you to pick up your axe. Hell yeah, man. K100s, man. Yeah. Got some K-Whopper action here. Look at that freaking thing. This footage is awesome, dude. Yep. So this is in Florida. This is in the OPF. They're working on tile adhesion here and tile placement. Don't ask me why I know that. I've seen this footage before. Yep, this is processing. Bro, I don't care what anybody says. The Rockwell International logo goes so hard. I don't know what it is, but it's just mint. The tile goes in the square hole. That's right. See, the later orbiters guys didn't have the LRSI tile on the sides. They switched to the Nomex blankets because to save mass, you didn't really need. They learned from Columbia that you didn't need tiles on the side of the orbiter. But Columbia had them there because they weren't sure. Yep. RCS processing. They're taking the forward RCS cluster off, and they're going to deliver it to get fueled. Did they retrofit Columbia's tiles? Columbia was due for a huge retrofit in the early 2000s. That didn't happen. Actually, after it was supposed to be basically not mothballed, but go for a refit. After STS 107, they were going to bring it down and they were going to make a bunch of upgrades to it to support the ISS missions. RS-25s, baby. Or, well, those are Block 1 SSMEs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at the people. Look at the people standing inside the shuttle aft section. You think you know how big the shuttle is, and then you look at this picture. It's gigantic. The shuttle is huge. It's way bigger than you think it is. The shuttle should have kept going. Well, actually, the shuttle shouldn't. The shuttle should have kept going in the 80s. But we decided we want to have morons run the program. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, shuttle is absolutely massive, dude. More or less, Fish, yeah. Yep, that's engine installation. Yep. That's awesome footage, dude. All right, guys. I'm going to head off. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I enjoyed jamming with you. If you want to do that more, let me know. We can jam, but we got to be careful about playing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We got to be careful about playing like whole songs and stuff. You know what I mean? Got to slow roll that. But anyway, hey, MacB, 52-month resub. Thank you. I miss the shuttles. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. She's a monster. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. We got we'll do workers next Monday, guys. We'll get that early start DLC going on Monday. I don't know. I just want to see what's good. I don't know what we'll do with Yakograd. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll play early start. We'll see what happens. But tomorrow we'll work on the car and then Flame Trench. And then I'm not sure what we're going to do after it because I might need to real life. So we'll see. We'll see how it all goes together. I don't plan on racing tomorrow, fellas. If we do, it'll be very impromptu. But either way, tomorrow you're going to have a nice long stream from me. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching and have a good night, okay?